Hello, welcome to my stream today. Sorry, running a minute late, but we got a couple minutes here before everyone joins on anyway. I'm pretty excited to have our guest on for today. We've both actually been very busy the last couple months, so I haven't spent nearly as much time as I'd like to talking to him. So today is an opportunity to do something about that. So we're gonna give it a few minutes here as people join on. We already got, looks like 30 people come in so far. Let's keep on going. I'll advertise this on Twitter. Let's see how Twitch is doing. How are you all doing? There was no stream last week, and I don't think I'll probably have a stream next week with all the Thanksgiving stuff going on. But today we have a very special guest. Oh yeah, no one's on Twitch yet. Well, barely anyone. Yeah, I'm doing good. Hey, Greg. All right. Hey. Okay, I'm gonna make. I'll quickly. Let's quickly advertise this stream so people know that we're live here. Make sure my screen share still works. All right, there we go. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people were interested in the stream. I'm interested in the stream, as I said. I'm not even 100% sure what's going to happen, so we're going to play this by ear. Quote. We're live. Twitch TV/Ryan Solid. All right, cool. Let's get people past those preloads, unless they are among the fortunate who have already subbed to this channel and don't have to go through those preloads. Yeah, just give it a second. I like doing, I like introducing my guests when people are here. Then, it just builds a better atmosphere. So we gotta drum up the people. We're only at about 60 people so far. We gotta keep on going. Just getting started. I need, as I say, it's funny because I said a while ago that I need one of those cool startup songs, and then someone actually made one for me, and then I never actually figured out how to actually get it working anyways. So yeah, I apologize. I think it was Ben Holmes who actually did that for me. TypeScript is, routing is one place where TypeScript system really shines. Well, we'll hear about that today, I'm hoping. We talked a bit about the router last time Tanner was on, but we also spent a lot of time talking about Bling and our various initiatives. But Tanner's done a whole bunch of stuff, in the last, God, it's been what, 6-7 months since we had him on? He's got his orange juice ready, yeah. I got my orange juice ready. All right. Nice. Demoed it for your team. Yeah, no, I've always been very impressed with Tanstack, and I like using it as kind of like a thermometer to figure out like where third-party libraries fit into the puzzle, because I think that's always an important part when designing the framework, thinking about how others will use it. And yeah, I've always considered that layer that Tanstack adds on as really good validation of those ideas. All right. Have I killed enough time yet? No, we're a little bit early. I don't know. This has been a busy week too in general. I think this week in JavaScript, I have 2 weeks, and there's actually a decent amount of topics. I remember after posting that I wasn't gonna stream, I was like, oh man, but I actually have some stuff to talk about. So yeah, we will have some discussion later about various stuff, because I think the last stream, yeah, I think right, this whole thing has been about routing the last couple of weeks. So talk more about that, but like it's like this topic alone is worth a lot. But before we get into that, I think I'm just gonna yeah, okay, we've got another 30 people come in now. Okay, I think I've killed enough time. Once people see Tanner's face, I know they'll just jump on. So let's see here. Let's see if we're ready to go here. Um, Sorry, I'm just terrible at typing. I just like making banners for fun. Yeah, we got some Tanner fans in here. All right. I've milked it as long as I can. Let's welcome Tanner to the stream. How are you doing, Tanner?
You said once they see my face, they'll be like, "Whoa!" So I gave them the best face I could.
Yeah.
I'm doing great. How are you, man?
I am doing good. I'm glad you could join me today. I've been working on a lot of these topics, as you know, and I haven't been keeping up that much with the Tanstack router stuff. I just occasionally see a tweet, and I'm like, man, it's like we're on the same page. We don't even have to talk. We're kind of like on the same wavelength. So I am pretty stoked to hear, what's been going on in that, and how you've approached it. Because I mean, you're kind of in an interesting situation, right? It's the router without the framework, which is an interest. I'm not gonna say weird. It's a new challenge in this new world of React. So, like, I think we talked about this last time. What you created React location in the first place because, well, how about you tell us? Like, how did you even get into routing in the first place?
Through React Router. So I was using React Router like everybody else, and I was pushing it to what I would say are its limits, as far as its API was designed at the time, and I was pushing the limits on things like how I was managing search parameters. Um, I was wanting more type safety out of it. I was just wanting more of the API to feel catered to what I was building, and that really at the time wasn't even that complex compared to how it is today. But it was just dashboards.
Right. Yeah.
I wanted an API that would let me basically manage the state of my application, not manage the URL, right?
Right.
Because I got to the point where I felt like, the URL is a wonderful place to store state, but as it stands, like at the platform level, it's not. It's actually a really finicky API, in my opinion. Like, you have a string that represents where you are on your screen, the path name, right?
Yeah.
And then you have these search parameters that are just kind of this mixed bag of record of string to string. Like, that's really all the URL is. It's just one string that you can change, and then a mixed bag of record of string to string.
Right. And you, at this point, you'd already built React Query and stuff, right? Like, this is all around that same kind of time period. So you had solutions for data fetching and synchronization and caching, but you needed to do more because the state of the pages you're building. Remind me again, this was for Nozzle mostly at the time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the state of the pages you were building was quite complex, and you needed to be able to like navigate between them, restore them, and the tooling really wasn't where you needed it to be on the React ecosystem side. Is that fair to say?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's basically how it is.
Right.
So, no.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. But then like React location did its thing for a little while. But I mean, I guess an interesting question to me is like, at a certain point, rebranded to Tanstack. How did you get to Tanstack Router? Like the TypeScript was a big thing, but was that what drove it?
Yeah.
Like,
Mostly. So React location didn't have really any. I mean, it had type safety, but not really much better than what React Router could give you, right? Like you could type things to be safe, you shoehorn things in with typecasting and whatnot, but it didn't really help you out at all with regard to types. But it did foray in. It was the first foray I had into like search parameter and as state management, and like making it more like feel like a state manager rather than just updating a URL, right? So,
Gotcha.
and honestly, I I had been hacking React Router for a really long time. Um, I had basically ended up proxying every single export that it had and augmenting it with my own stuff. I had gotten to the point where I'd basically rewritten everything I wanted on top of React Router, and I couldn't go any deeper without npm patch, basically. So when I got to that point, I wanted to write my own internals so that I could control everything. And I took a lot of inspiration from React Router because I liked it, and I still do. But I just needed more control, and I wanted more out of it. And I was very careful not to take any code or steal anything out of these repos, um, which everybody should do anyway. And if I wanted to take any of that code, then I would have put the license in there and done it. But I did it because not just because I wanted to not do that, but also because I wanted to learn better. Like I
Right.
wanted to learn for myself, like, okay, what does it take to write these utilities and understand how these utilities work? So I wrote my own path matching logic, splat matching logic, interpolation coming out of the URL. I wrote all of my own solutions for a lot of that stuff until I had a working router, and that was React Location. That was the first version.
Right. That makes a lot of sense. But yeah, coming back around, like the jump from React Location to React Router,
It's TypeScript.
TypeScript, yeah, it's just TypeScript. But basically, the way
Yeah.
we build routers today just don't accommodate TypeScript because
Well,
the
yeah.
way it's the way stuff is connected, right? Like we import all
Yep.
these methods from the library, but those methods know nothing about your route definition, so you have to go backwards. So you can't infer
Yeah.
it, you have to directly connect it. And Tanstack Router is different in this regard, right?
Right. I tried to add types to React Location. I tried to add types to React Router, and you can get pretty far. Like you can make things better, but it's impossible to infer everything or infer even a lot if your architecture is just upside down, right? Um, and it's weird to think about that because route definitions seem declarative and they seem very straightforward out of the box. Like, oh, I'm writing these route definitions in JSX, or
Yeah.
I'm writing them in a config file. Um, and you're like, well, you should be able to pull all of the types out of that and just kind of have everything work. Well, the points that you interact with the API, each of them has a different expectation of what types have been computed at that point in time, right? When you're defining the types that are available to you when you're defining the config are different than the types that are available to you after you have defined the entire config. And the types that are available to you inside of that config only know about the things that have happened above them or should, right? So it actually at the time even went against some of the limitations of TypeScript because there weren't great ways to infer like these chained child types of things. And I spent a long time chatting with like Alex at TRPC, trying to figure out how to do this correctly.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's complex. So basically, the easy way to say it is that Tanstack Router forces you to declare your routes in a way that all the types that you rely on down below have the types that they rely on already defined up above. So you can't. There's nothing that you can type in Tanstack Router that will create kind of this circular. Like, where did that come from? Basically, the challenge that I gave myself is if I have to typecast, I'm not going to do it. You know.
Yeah, that's a pretty stiff challenge with the router, and
And,
uh,
and I met that goal by like 98%. You know, there's some things that you just can't get around, and that's fine.
I mean, last year at Jamstack Conf, you announced the router like first release, beta release of it. I think it was,
Yeah.
and it's been a year now. I was looking at the Tanstack Router V1 website. Like where is Tanstack Router now? We'll talk about how you got to where you are now, but I just curious, like if someone's like interested in it right now, are we still in kind of like a pre-release stage, or like
Yeah, so it's been a wild journey. So I mean, there's been 2 or 3 major refactors, but as of today, it is now a React compatible only library. So I decided probably 2 weeks ago that trying to remain agnostic was just, it was killing the ability for the router to be extremely useful in something like React, in exchange for being moderately useful everywhere, right? And that's because actually I was just thinking about this last night, and that's because React is not very nice. That's not kind about state, um, especially when you get into topics like transitions and suspense, especially transitions. So
right?
if you want to dive into that more, we can later. But that's one of the biggest changes. So it's React only. But this is interesting. The route configuration that you're looking at right now,
Yeah,
the overall vibe of the route configuration actually hasn't changed
that's
since
what I thought. Like
since I announced it.
like this part looks normal. You have a component, you have a
Yeah.
path. That's all normal stuff. But this
Mhm.
get parent route, is this like the secret sauce? Like, is this how it happens?
Some of it, yeah. Yeah. So the only way that you okay, so let me tell you this. You don't want to have to repeat yourself, right?
Yeah.
Nobody likes to repeat themselves. So up higher in a route, you might define something like a search parameter that is accessible, that's being validated. We don't have it here in this example,
Yeah.
but in that root route, we could validate a search parameter for something. And as long as you validated that search parameter, you'd want that to show up in your types everywhere else. As far as route configuration goes, you'd want it to even show up in child route configurations.
Yeah.
If we were to design our entire route configuration as a single object, it would be impossible to do that, because that's not how TypeScript executes its engine, right? So we first have to define the root route. Then in our index route, we're saying, I mean, if you got rid of that get parent route, theoretically, everything would still work just fine, except for this component would have no idea about any of the types that have been defined above. So if you wanted to use a search parameter that you already validated up above, you wouldn't have access to it. If you wanted to use some context that you injected, like a query client or a user or something like that, you wouldn't know about it because it doesn't know where to get it.
Right.
So that get parent route is really just there to create the linkage between this route and its parent and its grandparents, all the way up to the root.
Yeah, because I'm just like, I get the lovely hover when I sit here. It knows that it's the root route. Like it knows from this. Is there any nested routes, I wonder, in this example, or I can actually invoices route? Yeah. So if I go,
yeah, the invoice route is a pretty deeply nested route. One more down.
Yeah, yeah, it's just interesting seeing the looking at the types from getParentRoute, like actually like this. I haven't looked in the rest of the app, but I actually see the dashboard. It like okay, yeah, this makes sense to me, at least at a high level, what's going on here. and it is definitely a bit of a change. This isn't a JSX object. This is, even a config
Right.
object. You make each item and then link them together. But okay,
So
I can
here,
dig.
so let me mind bend you a little bit more. Go up to the root.
Yeah,
Go up to the root component,
yeah. Here we are.
and just is there a link in the root component anywhere? Is there a link anywhere?
Link to.
There are links. Let's go down. Let's make a new link in here. Is this editable? Can you edit this? Just make a new link.
Yeah, maybe this isn't the best spot for it because I think this link is inside a for loop. Yeah, it's in a map. Where's the?
It shouldn't matter, but
because I'd be making many. I'd be making many new links.
Right.
Is what
so do link now. Type 2. Type 2
Yeah.
inside of there, and let it autocomplete inside of 2.
Let's see if. Did I already break it?
If it will autocomplete. Open a string.
Yeah, string.
Yeah.
Try
The string should show you some autocomplete.
Yeah.
And I wonder if the stuff isn't running that well inside of Code Sandbox.
Yeah, maybe that's where the thing is here, because this link to path.
It should have everything.
What if I? Okay, there we go.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay.
Hit control space and see if it. There you go. Okay, so here's every registered route path for your app.
There we go. Okay.
Inside of the root component.
Yeah.
So technically, we're inside of the root component. So the other components theoretically have not been defined yet, right? The other paths. Right. Yet this link component that you're using knows about all of them.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, that's okay. Oh, yeah. These routes are down below, and they're not.
Right.
Like invoices. Right. We were just looking at invoices. Oh, that's interesting. Because, okay, I do have a question for you. I guess just because I'm seeing this, is there? Do you do relative pathing or absolute pathing? Like, do you know what I'm talking about? Like sometimes in nested routers, people allow the ability to like not, like to just do like the end and then it uses the current router context. This is one of those questions I just have as an offhand.
So you can do relative routing. When you do relative routing, you have to use link with a from. So you put a from, and you say this is where I'm coming from, right? And you can actually pre-type that. So routes will have links on them already to say this is a link that I'm using inside of this context. When you're doing relative routing, it's a little looser.
Yeah, I'm just curious. This is something that I was.
But it can be type safe, and it will check you as well.
Yeah, I'm a little bit off topic here, but the reason I was thinking about relative link anchors is one interesting thing I've seen in every React or every framework router. Not Svelte. Svelte is interesting, but all the React and stuff is that we have these link components, and that confuses me to crap. We end up going capital A for anchor or whatever, but it's still a capital, like it's a component, not the native element. And it's interesting because when you see stuff like server components and they're like really trying to push lowercase form, you think they try to push lowercase anchor. And I was thinking about it, and you can do a lot of the stuff with lowercase anchor. You have event delegation, you have all these things, but the relative pathing would be possible to do with delegation if you kept track of the DOM tree and you like had things, but it would actually not work with Node.js. Like if you've ever hovered over a link, I'm going to see down here at the bottom that it tells me what the link is. So like I can't just put the wrong href on an anchor tag. I mean, I can make it work with JavaScript, but it's kind of messed up. So it seems like relative pathing is actually like forces links to always be client components. And I know I'm jumping way down the line on that thinking, but it was just, this is why I was asking about it, because it's like one of those things where I'm like, do I need relative pathing? I was wondering if like TypeScript was like an argument for or against it. It sounds like it isn't, but
as I have moved my own projects over to this router, I have moved away mostly from relative routing, and I say that mostly because it's just easier to it's a bigger gun to shoot your foot with. I know that it's really cool concept from like, hey, you can render this component anywhere and then it can relative up or down, but that's also really weird.
Yeah, or you can like move you can like go, oh, I'm actually moving this from one tab to nested in another tab, and it's like it still works.
The way that I think of it is I kind of equate it to like Tailwind, right? Is like Tailwind is escaping this cascading context that you need to be aware of with CSS classes and whatnot. And it makes it a little more maintainable, and you can move things around and copy things around, and they still just kind of keep working great. And I feel like I kind of feel the same way about routing as well. Like when possible, I always prefer absolute routes. And when they're auto-completed and type checked, who cares? It's so easy. And when you go and refactor things and change routes or move them around or do redirects, then you'll get errors where you have those absolute routes. If they're invalid now, you just need to know about them instead of some relative route kind of being silently navigating somebody up or down a directory, right?
Yeah. So, no. It was just a curiosity of mine. I think if I'm hearing you correctly, I should keep my capital A anchor around for the time being because some people will like the relative routes, but I shouldn't feel bad about the fact that lowercase anchor doesn't do relative routes. So, okay,
I support relative routes in case people want to use it, but the type safety, it takes a lot more effort from somebody to get the type safety out of a relative route than if you were just use an absolute route.
Okay.
It's just more work for everybody. Even for me. If I could show you the types that I had to write to get relative type safe routing would make you want to die.
I imagine so. I don't like looking at TypeScript as it is. Okay. Yeah, but that's crazy. So basically you've defined in this file all these things like the root route, invoices, all these different pieces are in this file. So the invoice definition is down here, and when I'm back in the root component building a link component, it actually knows about the invoice over here. It's all they're all linked together.
And if you scroll down to the very bottom, you'll see the one little thing that you need to do to get that to work.
I hope it's not strict mode.
Scroll up a little bit. Scroll up just a little bit to where we create the router. Maybe we created it down below.
Do we create it above? Maybe
we
root
created
route.
it above. Oh, route tree. That's close.
Yeah.
Right there. Keep going down. Const router. Keep going down. Okay, right. Keep going down. Right there. Declare module.
Oh, this.
This is the coolest hack of TypeScript.
You extend the interface. I do this actually a relative amount for generic stuff, but I didn't think about being like, hey, end user, just extend the interface.
When you let a user do this, it's amazing. So the register interface inside of the library allows you to pass your router that you have created. And by doing so, I get to start the TypeScript compilation step over again. But this time, I know about all of your types. And that's how you can go to the very top of your file and write, link, or navigate, or import. You can import top-level imports from the router, and they're type safe with your types in it that you defined. Like it's kind of back to the future-ish, weird time loop stuff.
Actually, so thinking about this, you do need link component, don't you? Like you won't be able to get the proper routes unless you like. There's no way.
You do need to control it. You have to
Like,
control.
there's no way a lowercase anchor could be aware of the typed path.
I mean, you would have to be able to override the interface for Anchor
I
and use
mean,
generics on it, and you can't really do that because generics have to match when you do declaration merging and whatnot. So you do need your own component to do that.
Okay. Okay.
Kevin Vandy asked a good question about making multiple separate typed routers. You can, I believe you can do this, but declaration merging works on a TS config level. So if you share a single TS config for your entire monorepo, then you're going to see the same router types get merged everywhere for all the routers that you create. But if you are using separate TS configs inside of the project in your monorepo, then it should behave just fine. Inside of each project, you'll only declaration merge inside of that TS config. As far as I've been told, I have not tested that. But.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, this is definitely interesting. It's something for I'm not as close to the TypeScript stuff. I've been working on a lot of mechanical stuff for different architectures, less on the TypeScript.
So Tanstack Router is like a fifth of it is like types or something like that, some absurd number, right? A large percentage of it is just there's a lot of types in Tanstack Router, and I've spent 3 years like researching and architecting and building and trial and error to build this type system that works. And I have boiled it down to very basic patterns that are tried and true in my eyes now. So that's why all the time I tell you, like, hey, if you want to do this with your router, let me know. Like I could easily distill these concepts down enough to get anybody else's system to do the same thing.
Yeah. No, this is always impressive every time I see it. Like I've seen this type completed router like many times now, but every time I still just get like goosebumps when you like go to the autocomplete. But yeah, as I said, I'm fishing a little bit. You know this. Anyone who's been watching my stream the last few weeks, I've been doing nothing but talk about routing for about a month now. Like I just after every guest goes off, I like go and I'm like, okay, now let's talk routing. So yeah, okay, so yeah, I mean, some people are I think like file system routing is one of the things that comes to mind. Is there any trick to this, or like because
Yeah.
I mean, let's get to file system running in 2 seconds. Before we get there, I just kind of want to put this in perspective because this is very cool, right? We clearly this router has superpowers. Of course, every JavaScript framework seems to have their own router. And let's just talk in React world because we're in React world here.
Yeah.
Like Remix route or Remix router, which is like a variant on React router. I mean, Next has its own router. The two routers, right? Page and app routers.
Yep.
I'm just thinking across the board. Generally, like you go into, even outside of React, and you want to like do, grab one of these frameworks, SvelteKit or whatever. I mean, imagine Hydrogen before it. Like the router is very much built into it, and then these systems all use file system routing. They all have these deep integrations that are very tied in, and
a lot of convention. There's a lot of convention in a lot of frameworks.
Right, and trying to figure out, like, someone sees Tanstack Router and they're like, "Sweet, I want to use it," but the React team told me that in order to use React, I should be using a JavaScript framework. So this seems to have been the whole dilemma this whole time because I mean maybe I'm wrong here, but to me clearly the work done here in Tanstack Router is a step above most routing solutions out there. So why can I use it? What do you think about this kind of high level situation of things? Then we can talk about the different things you've done in the meanwhile. But I just want to understand where you're sitting on this today.
Well, the router is a massive backbone for any framework. And Ryan Florence said it pretty well that if you haven't built a framework, then, or if you're not using a framework, you're building one, right?
Yeah.
So in a way, like Tanstack Router is a framework. It's not a framework that many people are used to because it doesn't offer the full stack experience, right? Mm-hmm. And that's fine. I built it for that purpose. Like Nozzle's marketing website is on WordPress. The application is behind a big fat authentication wall, right? And after that, it doesn't play by the same rules as a lot of the other sites that Next.js and some of the sites that Remix are working towards serving, right? It's not an e-commerce site. It's not a news site. It's not a content site, right? These are applications, and that's fine, and that's why I built it, because all of these wonderful things that Next.js and Remix are doing, they really are great. I like all of the features that they're working on, and RSC, and we're pushing the envelope, right? Because this is where React and front-end frameworks in general have traditionally fell short, right? They're highly interactive, and everybody came over to front-end frameworks because of the interactivity and apps and everything. And then we kind of just forgot about and ditched all the wonderful things about servers along the way. And one of those things, and I like all those use cases for like big e-commerce sites and server rendered things, they were kind of forgotten. And then we tried to backfill them and tried to, SSR came around, and we kind of tried to shoehorn what we had back into it. And RSC and the recent movement for like server components in general, it feels like the first genuine movement towards, okay, let's go back to our roots of the server, but let's bring all this interactivity and stuff that we learned with us, with some compromises, right? Most people will love that, and a lot of big companies really, really need that. E-commerce absolutely needs that. Like so many things need that, but there are also a lot of applications and sites and experiences on the web that are very, very happy where we are. Right. And moving back towards a non-client side rendered to like a server side environment would not only complicate things, but you wouldn't gain anything from it, other than now I can server side render my login screen,
Right. So I think this sort of asks the follow-up question
too.
Yeah.
There's debate there too, because I wouldn't mind having a center stack kind of a setup where I had my own server API endpoints, right, to do some things and come back to my app. But you don't need a full stack UI framework to do that. You just need like a center stack API, right? Like I could still keep all of Nozzle's front end stuff just client side rendered, and then have my own little kind of edge API that I talk to, and then there's the API, the real work, the real API stuff that happens, back with my backend developers, which is how a lot of companies operate today. And I think that they operate that way for good reasons, because JavaScript doesn't run as fast as other things, even on the server, no matter what you do. Like, it's just inevitable that you get big enough problems or a big enough scale, you're going to need other technologies. And when that happens, you can't really expect to just be this full stack 3-person JavaScript shop app, right? And that's great. And I mean, that's why Remix and Next and a full stack framework, wonderful to start a new thing with, right? And also wonderful to keep going if you need to move your logic out to kind of a separate language and a separate server, microservices and whatnot.
Yeah.
But as far as the front end goes, like I'm happy. I'm happy where I'm at.
Yeah.
I I don't
So
need server components, and I don't. If I was building an e-commerce site, I'd probably be singing a different tune, but I'm not.
right.
So yes. So somebody asked a question. Tanstack Router is definitely targeted towards SPAs. Like it has some SSR functionality in there. But why? Why would you do that? If you need SSR functionality, then go use a tool, the right tool to do that. And I would say the tool that I would recommend in React would be Remix. Go use Remix. And if you're in Solid, then hound Ryan for SolidStart, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah. So yeah, basically, like it's like someone's like, oh, can I combine App Router with Tanstack Router? And the answer is, I guess, yes, because you can just go to a particular page, and then at that point, it becomes a Tanstack Router application, kind of like the Astro mentality.
Yeah, if you wanted to set a base route of like mysite.com/dashboard and use Tanstack Router after that, like you could totally do that.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess because this has been, I know that you didn't come to here lightly, like because you spent a bunch of time looking at SSR, you looked at file system routing, you looked at data fetching patterns, and where you're at now is right tool for the job.
Yeah, we should touch on each one of those, by the way.
Yeah, we will. Yes, yeah.
Let's go down that list because it's a great list.
Yeah, because I think the first thing I remember obviously your data fetching went throughout, but I want to leave that for a second. Let's talk file system routing, because that was like one of the early experiments that were like, yep, no. So
you ready? I'm going to share my screen.
Yeah.
Let's
see if I can. There you are.
Sure.
Let me know when you want me to stick it in. Are we good?
All right. Let's make sure that I have like do not disturb on for a while.
All right. Sorry. There we go.
All right. So let's see. Localhost. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, your screen is up now.
Okay, cool. So file system routing, really interesting, because everybody likes to think, well, you can get all this cool stuff out of code generation, and you absolutely can. But I didn't want code generation to be an excuse for not having a type-safe router out of the box, which is why I left it till the very end. So it turns out that after you build a fully type-safe router, the code generation that you have to do for file-based routes is really, really small. So we're looking at a project here that does file-based routing with Tanstack Router, and the way that it looks is down here we have it's just using Vite, TypeScript in the package. We don't really need all these dependencies; they just kind of get copied over from duplicating the example. But the ones that we do need are, we're going to need Tanstack Router, React Router, right there. So we will need React Router, and then we're going to need Tanstack Router CLI.
Right.
So the CLI, the way that it works is in my package right here, I'm just doing a concurrent TSR watch and then running. You could integrate this into Vite if you wanted with a Vite plugin. But right now it's just TSR watch and run the Vite server. And then when we build it, we TSR generate and we Vite build. So the way that TSR works is we have a config that says, where's our root directory, where's our routes directory, and where do you want me to generate the route tree? So once we do that, we have our routes folder right here. And I built it, this version, you can actually use different flavors, but the only flavor that's supported right now is Remix V2 style.
Flat.
So, well, you can actually do both. So you can use folders if you want to nest, or you can do dot notation to denote your paths, right? So this one right here would be /posts/post ID/deep. And this is just /post/post ID. And just like Remix, there's like trailing underscores and leading underscores to denote like, hey, this is a pathless layout route,
Yeah.
or this is where I want you to. This is how deep I want you to compute the layout, or opt out of like layering, right? So
Yeah.
deep wouldn't use the posts wrapper because we're opting out of it.
Gotcha.
So what we do is we start running the dev server. This is what it looks like when we run it. It says, hey, we just generated some routes, and it's really fast, even with like hundreds of routes. And we process 8 routes every single time that we save. It's just going to process all of our routes and make sure that it's building our route tree. And inside of each route, so let's do like this posts index route. So posts index, the only thing in here that looks a little different is we're exporting const route so that the generator can pick it up. And then instead of using new route, we're using new file route. And file route is kind of like a factory, and it takes the path of where you of your route that you're building. Like you have to define the path up front. But what's great is you don't have to define this.
Okay.
If we just do this and hit save, it's automatically maintained for us. If we create a new file and hit save, it will automatically put this in here. So you can move files around. You just move these around. And
interesting.
Okay. And that's handled by
Any
that's
reason you're doing
the CLI?
Any reason you're using function calls instead of an object or anything here? Like, because I mean, presumably you could generate whatever. Is it just because TypeScript wants the like types from the function calls?
Yep. So we can't just go right into calling a function because we have to give it some context. We have to say, hey, this is where I'm coming from, right? Like this is my typed context.
Right.
And then after that, we create the route after that. So this little injection of the path, it's automatically managed for you by the CLI, but it's also the most important piece that's happening with all the type sync routing. So if we come in here and we say, let's do load, and let's just grab context. I don't know if there's anything on context actually. Let's just do search.
You wouldn't believe how similar
we might not have search params either. So the interesting thing here is that we would get, I don't even think I have anything on here.
Yeah, it's
as far as search params, but we would get stuff from like our parent routes right here.
Yeah.
Like we would get autocomplete for things that we have done in our parent routes because we have created, you know how in the other one we had to do getParentRoute?
Yeah.
Well, we don't have to do that because we've already defined where we are. And so if we go and look at the source for file route, let me just format this. So file route is looking at that file path that we give it. And then it's saying this extends a file routes by path. And file routes by path is a interface, a blank interface. So here's the actual file route source code. So just the same way that the registration happens for the normal router, we're registering for file routes as well. Okay. So that happens here in the route tree gen. So this is the file that gets generated from TSR. And it's declaring the same React Router module instead of interface router, right? We're declaring that file routes by path. And this is the only generation that we have to do. Is we have to say, for this path, this is the parent route. For this path, this is the parent route.
Right. Yeah. This is the trick.
And we import all of them. Yeah.
Okay.
And then we assign all the options.
I got a tricky technical question for you. Can you go back? Because I know enough about this. First of all, it's funny. I didn't realize it because I haven't looked at it. How similar the conventions in SolidStart are to your thing. We use export const route, and like it's in V2 beta. It's kind of eerie to see the similarities on this. But what I want, can you go back to where you showed the file route with the autogen file? There's one
Yeah.
thing that's glaring to me, and I want to know what you do here. That component. What if I want that component to be lazy loaded? Like, how does that work?
Yeah. So there is a lazy route component factory
Okay.
where you can actually come in here and say, okay, I'm going to lazy import, right?
Right.
React dot lazy whatever.
But the
So
bundler needs to split it into a different bundle, right? Like for it to actually
and this
lazy
will
load.
this import will bundle
Oh,
split.
yeah. Okay, I got you. I got you. What you're saying is sorry, I'm being silly here. What you're saying
Right.
is you need to actually put the actual component now in a different file, and then it'll be in a
Right.
different file. Which is why we were looking at stuff like Bling. Wouldn't it be beautiful if you just go lazy
Yeah.
$ right in line?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly why we were talking about it. And I will admit that the lazy story in Tanstack Router isn't great for routes. Um, on the surface, that's not a huge problem for me because that's not where I'm doing a lot of my code splitting. I'm doing a lot of my code splitting um, inside of those components, like loading sub components out of those, right? To load all of the top level like components just to organize my routes and then render kind of the outputs isn't a whole lot. It's
Yeah.
the deeper components that are problematic
Right,
inside.
right. Yeah, and to
So,
be fair, I toyed with this pattern because if you think about it, and again, this is a server component thinking kind of thing, is there's a kind of parallel between server to client components and client to lazy components where like if you like said I was toying with this idea for a while. I was like, okay, well, if you push the lazy loading down, then you do get the data fetching relatively quick, right? Like if you load the route synchronously and start fetching the data and then lazy
right,
load the component at the same time, you're fine. Obviously, nested parallelized routing doesn't let you do that on the client properly, but it is interesting to me at least that like there is quite an argument that we don't have to automate the lazy. Although that is probably the number one feature that file system routing like generally associate with is because people just write the
yep.
files and then they don't have to worry about the lazy loading.
That's the number one thing is when you get into the server side stuff, um, especially the server side stuff like auto splitting and auto bundling for success is probably one of the biggest reasons to do file-based routing because you're placing convention around those like boundaries that are just going to need to be split anyway.
Right. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Oh, wait, did I lose Tanner? Looks like we lost Tanner for a moment. He hopefully will be back. Ooh, there
Sorry,
you are.
okay. something happened there. I'm not sure what it was.
Okay. Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, code splitting is super important on the client only case as well, but you're talking about the importance of the convention, especially when you start getting deeper into stuff um like these server component type realms and like areas that are partially hydrated and versus not. But okay, yeah, so
Yeah,
file system routing was something you were able to put together relatively straightforward. Um, that's good to know. It's an interesting the convention around the exporting the route configs as the file center because then you get to keep your TypeScript. So yeah, no,
I
I
think
like
it's
it.
a really important takeaway for especially for anybody who's looking to do that type of thing is that um, like the amount of code generation is great as long as it's very little, right? Uh, like you saw how much we were generating for those routes. It wasn't very much. And what's nice is that code generation should be static, like relatively unchanging after you have generated. And what I mean by that is that you shouldn't like your what's in your code generated file should not be changing every single time that you hit save on just normal stuff that you're working on day to day, right? Like it should only be actually changing the contents of that file when like a file location changes.
Right.
Like I wish I still had that open because there were no types there were no sources of truth for types in there other than the linkages between the paths and the routes. The sources of truth were still your files, your code. There were no like generated types, just the linkages between them.
Interesting.
And I think that's very important, which means that when you're in one route and you change something, you don't have to hit save before you're going to see those types in another place in your application. And you're not going to have to wait for everything to generate before you get that TypeScript feedback, right?
That's actually a very interesting point, because we had Nikhil Saraf on showing us Vinci a few weeks back, which is like a beat build system that handles basically any type of file system routing convention you want. Throw at it, it outputs it. And obviously, because of his close work with us, he had a solid example. He had like a SolidStart-ish example, and he had under his React examples, he had Tanstack router examples. But I imagine the biggest difference between his approach and what you're here is that you wouldn't be able to see the changes from his stuff until it's saved. I'm gathering is the biggest difference.
Probably.
Yeah, because what did he do? I actually want to see if I have it here. What is this? Tanstack Router app. What did he do?
And it's probably out of date. So
it is probably out of date. What did he do? Page.ts. Yeah, he just actually took he took just like a standard React router looking pattern, maybe something similar to Remix, and then what's going on? It's like, and then yeah, I think that's all he did. And yeah, pages. What this Nikhil likes experimenting with stuff. Yeah, okay,
yeah.
const loader. Yeah, this is use loader. Yeah, this is old stuff, right? Which we're gonna get to in a second here. Before we move on, one last thing on the file system routing. Just a question, I guess, is personal preference. What do people think of more explicit DSL for routing? Like, what's your position? Do you have an opinion about this, Tanner?
I don't know. I don't like DSLs. Kind of generally, I'm not opposed to them. Obviously, we use some DSLs as a community that we've agreed are helpful and useful. But in general, I don't like them.
I think the meaning of DSL though in this question is like basically like configuration types, like basically like what you've done with Tanstack versus file system. It's like
So you're just talking about config-based programmatic routing.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
I like programmatic routing, even if it's the last line of defense. Like file system routing is great if you want to generate an import of some generated like file routes. But at the end of the day, I still want the ability to get into that code and put it where I want and massage it how I want. I get nervous about handing over all of the control to convention. So,
right,
which is why Tanstack Router's CLI doesn't generate a router that you use. It generates a route tree that you put into a router.
Okay, makes sense. Oh, it looks like Primogen just started streaming. We lost a couple of people. But that was the first topic. But there's two other hot topics related to routing here that I wanted to ask you about. People keep on mentioning that Sam Altman from OpenAI, I guess this is big news. Anyway, we'll worry about that later. But I wanted to ask you about SSR, because that was the other topic people were asking. Yeah. Because obviously you server render single page apps. So what's the SSR? You know, what was your exploration there?
I went pretty deep. I implemented kind of the regular SSR stuff for like traditional SSR, where you would say, you know, hey router, go load all my things, and you can await your router loading, And then after that, you can just render to stream, like a single SSR render to stream strategy. That was relatively easy to do with a loader pattern. After that, I thought, okay, well, how do we support suspense, right? And when you want to support suspense, you immediately need to consider the new APIs like streaming. You know, you're no longer just rendering to stream. You're rendering to like a stream. And that took me down a really crazy path because so many of those APIs are very, very primitive. They don't come with a whole lot of bells and whistles baked into them. And I mean, they're built for framework authors. And so I get it. But when I went down that path, I was like, okay, this is really complex to manage where, you know, you then have to make sure that you're following all of the rules of the framework that you're using to a T. And immediately I was like, okay, crap. I'm not following all those rules because we are using, I was using an external agnostic store at the time, and it was using usync external store, which can support suspense, but in a really terrible way and without transitions. And so it took a long time to get that to work, where you could render and you could await kind of the router loading to get the very critical stuff, things that might write to the head, things that might change response headers, right? All of the critical stuff that was happening in loaders. And then I was like, oh, you know, Remix did a really good job with the defer API. So I basically wrote my own version of deferred and awaited API, but that worked very, very differently internally for the router.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think people realize this. Suspense works without server components.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I know that's like the packaged up solution, but yeah, I mean,
it works as long as you can dehydrate and send to the client and hydrate again.
Right. So yeah, I mean,
which is the harder part. That's the harder part about using suspense across the server.
Yeah, it's just interesting because obviously with Solid we built suspense and released it well before we had our partial islands kind of solutions, and it's just interesting from an ecosystem standpoint watching you and others trying to like come in and develop these patterns where like, so you I guess you were part of the working groups and stuff, like trying to like figure out what the hell suspense was and transitions and how to make this all work. How like I think you said that you're primarily for single page apps now. Like, does Tanstack Router support SSR?
It does. Obviously, without a lot of testing in place around it. I explored all these concepts and I implemented them to their basic functionality. I didn't streamline any of the experience around using SSR because it's not something that I need. It's not something that I'm using right now, but it does support it.
Yeah, I get.
You can do that traditional SSR where you just kind of render everything on the server and then just render to string, send it down, and hydrate everything. And then you can also do the streamed stuff. So Tanstack Router has primitives to dehydrate and rehydrate on the fly while you're rendering, and it will actually chunk those data packages that you dehydrate out into script tags that you can inject with a stream transformer that you implement on the server, and then they'll get rehydrated when they get back to the client as you're streaming with suspense. So it does support all of that.
Wow, that sounds complicated. It's interesting.
It was.
That's stream transform. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I haven't looked at that. If in Solid, if someone wanted to come up with another router and make it work with suspense and streaming, they would basically just as long as you knew that you had create resource under the hood for the data fetching, or lazy for the
Yeah.
components, they literally have to do nothing.
React doesn't
So
have anything like that, so it's impossible to do that with React.
right.
So with the stream transformer stuff, really what you're doing is as you are rendering, you'll hit a suspense boundary, and what will happen is that will make React wait on the server, which is great. And then as soon as it resolves, React is going to try and render again and grab all that and send it down to the client. But before it does that, you need to get in the middle and say, okay, we reached a point where the work has been done to grab that data. We want to grab that data, dehydrate it into the router, kind of like push it onto a queue. And then we let React keep rendering that chunk. And then inside of the render to stream, we use a stream transformer to say every single time that React sends down a chunk of HTML, we check to see if there are any of these dehydrated scripts sitting in this queue. And if there are, we chunk them up and we send them down with the stream with the chunk that React just finished doing. So that way, the data inside of those script tags and the resulting HTML that React finally rendered both get chunked down and sent together.
Gotcha.
And then when that hits the browser, the script tags inside of there will call up globally, hydrate their data back into the router, and then everything renders as if it was synchronously available.
That's interesting. Yeah, in Solid, literally, if you use the primitives, it all just works. Done. Okay, that's interesting. I think there's some control.
Lucky?
Yeah, I mean, that's quite a journey there. So this random question came up. I'm just going to answer because it'll take me 2 seconds. When using ViewRouter with routes defined a parameter, I found it frustrating how the code doesn't re-render when the params change. Am I using routers wrong? It's different in React. React would definitely re-render, but Vue has a reactive system. So I'm guessing probably the same as Solid. When the user ID changes, the parameter is reactive. So only that parameter has to change it and things that listen to it. So instead of re-rendering the component, it just sends us like a signal down to anything listened to user ID. If you have data fetching based on it, it'll refetch it. This is just a little
anything hooked up to that observable.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a key difference when Tanner was talking about trying to universalize this kind of stuff, is because even at the core level of the thing, like if you forget about data fetching, which we'll talk about in a minute here, the actual way change propagates in these frameworks is considerably different. React will keep on re-rendering stuff ad nauseum. A library with signals like Vue or Solid is going to just go, oh, this one parameter changed. Let's just go update the thing over here that changed because of it. And I think that's like a big fundamental change, but it's something you have to understand that, like, if you're a Vue developer, that's how it works. Right? So
yeah,
so Vue is better than React. Or I mean, this is the signals versus React argument, which is there
in terms of reactivity.
Yeah.
Yes. In terms of other things, no. Pros and cons.
Yeah.
But if we're talking strictly about reactivity, is Vue reactive? The answer is yes. And is React reactive? The answer is no. So
yeah, it's
even though it's in the name.
Yeah. So yeah, little bit interesting. Well, how about signals and Svelte 5? I mean, I think Svelte 5 will be the same on that side as Vue and Solid and everyone else using signals in terms of the reactivity patterns when it comes to the router. Svelte 5 is going to be so Dominic is here. Naming is hard. Svelte 5 is going to actually be very similar to Solid. It has the same fine-grained renderer. Vue does not have the same fine-grained renderer, but they're also making Vapor, which will. So,
everybody's going that way, and it makes sense because, like, you have to start. If you're going to rewrite a framework from the ground up, your bedrock should be performance, and signals are synonymous with like amazing performance, right? So I'm not surprised that everything is going that direction, at least at some level of abstraction, right?
Yeah.
Even React, who I can't remember who from the React team, but many conversations with the React team have resulted in them saying, no, we would never do that. We would never bring signals into React. But guess what? We're working on a really cool compiler, and it's going to make it so that you don't have to write, use memo and use callback. And it's like, oh, really? How does it work? And they're like, well, it kind of compiles to signals.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, they won't say that necessarily, but yes, I mean,
even if they don't call them signals, like it's a fine-grained reactivity system that, if you squint hard enough, you're like, well, okay, yeah, I guess that's signals. So
yeah, yeah. So yeah, this is just kind of it's just a very different mentality for people coming from React, and I think React's hoping that the abstraction will cover any holes here. Abstractions always come with it's such a weird place, right, where we went from a world where React was like the just JavaScript framework to now one where it's like they're pulling moves that I expect from Svelte. Not to say that it's like a bad thing. Like I like Svelte for what Svelte is. It sometimes doesn't feel like React anymore. We'll have to see how this all plays out, to be fair.
Yeah, agreed.
All right. Right, you're an hour ahead of me. So yeah, I have to keep that in mind on things. Yeah, so yeah, we had one more topic I wanted to talk about because I think this might be, which is the data fetching thing. What you went way down data fetching, right? You created loaders like Remix and that. But my understanding is they are not around anymore. What happened?
So yeah, I went down the route of creating load. In the beginning, even before I announced it, I was like, oh, you know what? It's just going to use React Query under the hood. And that was a great idea. And then I was like, what if people want to use other things? So I kind of opened it up a little bit more. And then eventually I was like, what if you didn't have to use anything else at all? So I built loaders into it. But I didn't build actions into it.
Okay.
Just loaders. And it was really fun. Like I basically replicated the most important parts of React Query, but inside of the router itself. And then I thought, well, what if there was just a smaller library than React Query that was like built for the router? So if you wanted it, you could use it. So I wrote React loaders. And then I was like, no, that's done. Let's go back to the loaders inside of the router. And then 2 weeks ago, I migrated Nozzle over to the router, the last little bits. And I looked at the system as a whole and I was like, okay, what am I using and what am I not? What's valuable? And I looked at loaders and I had one loader in Nozzle and it wasn't really adding that much value. And I realized that, for my SPA, for bulk of the work that I do, I'm just not loading a lot of data in routes. And if I am, it's mostly just a preload, like it's an optimistic thing to maybe get the data there a little faster, to avoid some waterfalls. But even that was difficult because of the highly dynamic nature of everything that we were building, right? Not everything can be derived from the URL. Some stuff just has to come from, what's in local storage, what did the user click on, like what are they doing, what's the ephemeral state of the app. So when I saw that, I was like, wow, I'm maintaining a lot of logic that's probably not as good as other solutions out there like Remix or Next when it comes to like route loaders. And, I mean, it was pretty good. It was, and it got the job done. But I just didn't want to maintain it. And I realized that you could do the exact same stuff if I just changed loader to load and made it so that you can't return anything from that function. So there's no caching involved anymore. Like router does not store anything. It's storing the promise and it's just waiting. You can still use it to prefetch and make routes wait and suspend and things like that. But I killed 4 kilobytes out of the router code for all of the caching. And I just said, you know what, if you need caching, you're going to use something like React Query.
React Query has a way to like preheat the cache, right? Like in the preload
Yeah.
time. you could just in the load just call, set the cache and then use create or use query further down inside your app, and then you're all good.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
In fact, I could show that really quick if we want to.
Yeah, I again, this is another example where I think we've come to almost the exact same conclusion, which makes me very happy. After Tanner is gone, we're going to talk actually about what solid routers looks like. If we had Tanner more time today, I would have showed him as well. But I think we should focus on his stuff, and then we'll look at what I've been working on. But
So here's kind of the latest version of the basic example, and
yeah,
you'll notice the React queries in here. We've got some primitives to just kind of fetch some data. And then here's our root route. And with our root route, we say root route with context, and we inject our query client. Or this is just a type. So we say the query client needs to be a part of our router. Then we render all of our things. We can even render like React Query DevTools in here. And then when we get to a route that needs to load some data, I'm doing this query options stuff, but I don't technically need to do that. I actually wonder if my kitchen sink demo
Dominic kind of just beat you
is a
straight
little bit better.
to the point. He's like, ensure query data in load, then use query in component. And I think I actually
Yeah.
saw that a second ago in there.
So here it is. I'm actually using the new query options primitive. So I have my query options set up for all my things.
Right.
And then I have some mutations here. And then I'm sending through auth and query client. When we get to something that we actually need to load data and have it wait. So here's the interesting thing, is that I could just take this out and it works the same way, but it just uses suspense instead. Because it's a suspense query, and because I moved it all the way to React, it's using transitions, so at least visually it will work exactly the same way.
Except for if the component's lazy loaded.
Exactly. This is component-based triggered data fetching. If it's not lazily loaded, then what you do is you say, okay, in this load function, got my options, got my context, my query client, ensure query data with my options.
Yeah.
And then you can lazy load and bring it in and just say use suspense query with the same stuff. It's really that easy. And I mean, I think that shows how powerful it is that you can actually remove this and you get the same exact functionality. This is just kind of covering your butt a little bit more, kicking it off a little bit early.
Yeah, and I like that you went this path in that.
Oh, and you get preloading for free with this.
Yeah.
So if you hover over a link, we can do automatic preloading. When you hover over a link, we can make sure that all this stuff is prefetched for you.
But Tanner doesn't realize it, but he's just describing the demo I'm going to show you guys for the new solid router right after this.
Yeah. So that's how easy it is, right? For like this invoice route, we're validating some search for some search params. We got our invoice ID, and then we're just saying the same thing. Just go optimistically load it, use the query here. So that's essentially where things are headed now.
Do you know why this makes a ton of sense here? Because you already have a query caching mutation library. I think it's kind of interesting when if you release a router like you just did, you can go like, okay, guys, don't worry about it. You don't really need preloading. Like I would
rather lean into the great things that have come out of Tanstack.
Right.
And like React Query is one of the biggest things, right?
I think the fear was that if you give people a router and then you don't explicitly be like, hey, there's a solution for querying, people are like, okay, what's my default? Where do I get started with, right? Whereas like Tanstack clearly already handles this use case beautifully. So I think this is actually quite cool to see that like you already have the other library. You don't need a different library, I wasn't ready for the stream today. Otherwise, I would have shown the demo that I'm going to show in a few minutes with solid query because now with I don't know if people know with Tanstack Query 5, we finally officially have support for solid query with SSR resources. You just pop it in, everything automatically works, suspense transitions, everything out of the box. And if you talk to Arian or whatever, like literally he just had the wrap a create resource call and then it just worked. I had some bugs I had to fix for him, but like I wanted to show that because I think the patterns that we're seeing here for routing me and Tanner, I told you we haven't been talking much recently because we've been busy on our own thing, have kind of come to the exact same conclusion on what routing should look like. So it's very cool to see this. So yeah. I'd be curious how Tanner says people start learning programming after the basics. We don't have time for that today. Sorry.
I probably have like 3 more minutes, 4 more
Yeah.
minutes.
Anybody got any questions specific to what we've been talking about today? I know we did not get Tanner very long, but I think this is your chance right now. We're going to continue
do it
talking.
again.
Yeah, we're going to talk routing a bit more after Tanner drops off here. But yeah, I think, yeah, if you have your routing questions, feel free to fire them along here. I guess one question that came in earlier is, have you been looking at the new browser-based APIs that could help routing, like stuff like view transitions, stuff like URL pattern or navigation APIs? Have you checked out any of this stuff?
I've looked at URL pattern, and URL pattern is cool, but it still doesn't cover all of the use cases that I need. So
Right.
I'm not using it yet.
Right.
But I think it's a good attempt to rise the tide for everybody. Let me just kind of roll through here. Oh, view transitions. I haven't added support for those yet, but it should be trivial given suspense and all the other stuff that I built around waiting for suspense. So I could probably add that pretty quickly. Do you have to define the whole loader, or can it be lazy loaded? You can lazy load the loader if you want. It's just a promise. So as long as you're in a promise context, you can lazy load anything. React server components, a really great paradigm, really cool paradigm to solve some interesting use cases. I think it's being marketed and executed poorly, mostly because there's still no documentation, and it is it's probably inadvertently being gatekept by Next a little bit, in my opinion, because I don't even think they exactly know what the heck they're doing with it right now either. So that's kind of my opinion. But RSC is really cool. The first stable release is coming very soon. I'm busy. I have a startup. I have a company that needs my attention. I can't just sit and work on this stuff all day. But I mean, I am using it in production at Nozzle, so it shouldn't be very much longer before I can cut the stable release.
Would you say
you can buy these glasses on Amazon? They're just called Maze, I think is what they're called. Somebody else. There's not a movement going back to component level fetching, because that's just where we've been for a long time. People think that there's a movement back, but like the bulk of the ecosystem who has written any React or client-side apps is still doing. I mean, let's be honest, most people are still discovering React Query for the first time. There's so many apps that are still using Create React App with Redux. So let's be honest about where the actual ecosystem is and not where thought leadership is. Should I use modals and tabs? Use the router? Yeah, you can use the router with those. Yeah, you can't regex the routing path yet, but I could probably add that. The browser, it uses history, push state, and pop state.
Yeah.
It can also use an in-memory router, and there's also a hash-based router. And it also has some other cool stuff baked into it that, like the history package from like Remix and React Router doesn't have. Like it will debounce crazy calls to update the URL. They will batch those. Yeah, it's kind of cool. And I think it's actually a little smaller. Maybe it depends if I run it through Clojure compiler, maybe. But it's really, really small. I think last time I checked them before it was much smaller. Much smaller, but they do basically the same thing. Tanstack form is going crazy. They're doing wonderful things over there.
I had a question for you, Tanner. Do you guys do search parameter based matching for the router, or is it all like
Not yet, but I have all the code in there. It's just commented out.
Okay, I wondered if that was like very complicated, because I'm thinking about it. It seems like it's it would be like just an explosion of combinatorics, because now any search parameter could impact any depth of the whole routing tree, where you'd have to like fork
Basically,
it.
as soon as you start doing search parameter based matching, you have to support parallel routes. And also, as soon as you opt into search param matching, you can't use path matching at all after that. But it is very valuable. And we can talk about that on another stream if you want.
Okay,
I'm working on a
cool.
release for Tanstack Virtual. It's basically done. I just haven't had time to release it. So, yeah.
All right.
All right.
Anything you want to plug before you drop off? But I think thank you for answering our questions today.
No, not really. If you use any of my stuff, go sponsor me. If you work anywhere that is remotely like interested in marketing or SEO, you should like, I don't know, twist whoever's arm you need twists to get them to use and buy Nozzle. Because if Nozzle's not going well, then my open source isn't going well. So go check it out. Nozzle.io.
There you go.
Tell your marketing team, your SEO team, to go check it out.
All right, Tanner. Thanks for joining me today, finding the time. I'm always open to talking with you. I'm sure we'll have you on again soon. Thank you so much. Stick on, people. We're going to keep on talking about routing. Bye, Tanner. All right. Yeah. I mean, remember the other stream he was on? He like just like snuck in before Milo joined up, and I was like, okay, let's just do this. Yeah. Well, it's easy to do with no preparation time. Tanner and myself, we can just dive into these topics because he's been spending a lot of time in these specific areas, and it's interesting. What I like when I talk about to Tanner is because he's very much on the single page app side, like very hard on the client, not just single page app, but the client rendered single page app side. So being able to get his feedback and understanding from that perspective really rounds the perspective out for me, because I've been spending a lot of time, as you know, on SSR and server components and figuring out how to universalize these patterns. And I think, yeah, exactly. I love seeing him describe the routing convention you talked about a few weeks ago. Yeah, I kid you not, we have not been in contact. He was like he was, how should I put it? I missed the Clerk hackathon. I was, I couldn't travel at that particular moment. I had already been the previous week going to Netlify Compose, and so we did not meet up or anything. And he's just like, yeah, I decided this, and I'm like, man, you wouldn't believe it if I showed you. What part did you ask Tanner query params routing? Definitely explain, please. Okay, sorry. What I meant when I was talking about query params routing, it's for matching. Like using query params as an ability, have it do updates and typing. And it's something that we think about, but it's not hard to do. We match on a path, and we take the query params, and then we feed them through. And when they change, what's cool in a signals-based or reactive library is you don't have to worry about when things re-render. A lot of times, like in React type frameworks, if a query parameter changes, you have this awkward thing. You're like, who cares? Do I have to render the whole page? Is it just the leaf, like the leaf, like the furthest down component that needs to re-render that uses the query param? Is it something in the middle? You don't know. Tanner solves that largely in Tanstack Tanstack Router by letting you define query params as part of the route definition, which is why he's already closer to there. But he's still doing something what we call path-based routing, because matched routing, because basically we look at the parameters in the path, and then that's how we know it's the same route. What query param based routing would be is if the parameter is different, we actually match to a different component. But where I said the combinatorics get tricky is it's like, what depth doesn't matter. If you think about it, in a sense, URLs are hierarchical. Like they're like resources. You go like users / ID / I don't pick something, tweets / ID, like they go down you're going into a file cabinet, into a folder, into a thing when you talk about URLs. But when you talk about query parameters, they're global. The order doesn't matter, like nesting doesn't matter. So like if that's how you decide that this is the component you need to render, it completely messes up. Like now, if you don't match on that particular, query parameter at this particular level, you need an alternative match and like a whole separate hierarchy. Like if it's at the root, it's like you have the root where the query parameter matches, and you have the root where the query parameter doesn't match. It completely removes the hierarchy, which means that like for route definition wise, you could be defining huge route trees just because the query parameter changed. I mean, if you went far enough, you could probably make foo1 and foo2 different components. But yeah, exactly right. What I'm saying is with the current routing, they can't be. Um, like we don't even pass it through our match filters, which is a cool mechanism we have where we like let you like say like if this is a number or a string or whatever. Query parameters are not in the matching algorithm. We have a scoring system we use to figure out which routes match, and query parameters are not part of it. Um, I think at the base level, it's this foo1 bar1 being like the difference. Like if the parameter is there, but there's nothing to stop it from being foo1, foo2 in the same way we can define two URLs where one is like slash number and one slash like specific strings, and they can match the different components. So like this is doable. Right now they're just not part of the consideration. Once you bring them in, all the stuff's possible. But I mean, even as someone defining the routes, I think I'd have a lot harder time picturing them, right? Because the query param could be the topmost parameter or the bottommost parameter, and once you mismatch, then you'll start hitting 404 routes or like because it doesn't exist. It's a little bit if you go there, you really need a route explorer. I'm very tempted to say that query param based routing is just insanity, right? Like you can the reason you do it is for code loading. You don't want to load the components, right, if you don't need it. Like in absence of a query match, you'll match on something else, like the part of the string or as far as you can, like part of the path, and then you'll like load a component, and then that component will look at the search parameters and decide which components it needs to render. It's like, okay, this has foo on it or foo2, and then it'll decide which components. And you could lazy load again, but then you get a bit of a cascade. I'm unless you preloaded them all ahead of time. So like from optimization from a loading standpoint, it makes sense, especially when lazy loading's concerned, to want this query param based matching if it's something you want to leverage. But like the complexity skyrockets from my perspective on all accounts. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but as I said, you have a lot of. I think the thing is they serve different purposes, and it's when you try and blur those purposes that you get into this trouble, right? Because yes, query params are like a state bag. I like that comparison. Whereas like, yeah, and they don't have to only refer to the current thing; they can travel with you. But like, I think the reason people want query param based routing is so that they can do stuff like mode switches, like global, like almost like lang equals English kind of switches. And honestly, mechanically, those fit better at the front of your URL than they fit at in the query param. But I understand like aesthetically why you might want to do that. What in years do I use? I use, what are they called? CCA. These are CCA C12. All right. But yeah, I want to talk to you guys about routing, right? So yeah, I mean, it's fine. I enjoyed actually answering that question. So, yeah, if you do have more routing questions, do shoot them over. But that was basically the scenario. Uh, let me flip over my screen because I should be sharing it right now. Because last, if you all remember, last couple streams ago, 2 weeks ago, I was like, hey everyone, let's write a new README for how solid router could look like. And then I was like, I started laying it out. I forget if I had written the README. I think I'd written the README, but then I put I ended up putting what do you call it, an RFC up, see if some people wanted to give me some feedback. Some people did, which is good. I haven't implemented all of it yet, but yeah, yeah. There's actually a lot of really good feedback that I haven't kept up with. I saw the first stuff from a week ago, but it seems like people are still chatting about uppercase, lowercase anchors. The 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 short what's the term, TLDR on the changes are getting rid of our data functions and going to, I said preload, but actually load functions, and then return lower case navigation like anchors and forms instead of capital A. We still will have capital A for relative pathing and stuff, but just like make the base lighter weight. Getting rid of ideas like outlet routes and use router and using stuff like props children, and then getting rid of the element, which if you've used React Router, you know what I'm talking about. It's just like element equals a component. Only support component-based route definitions. That's kind of like the high level. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to get into this a bit because server-side routing and client-side routing are probably going to be just a spectrum here. It's important to understand the difference between, say, like file system routing and like our application routing. Like one file system routing, in itself is just a configuration generator, like Tanner was showing earlier. Whereas I think universal routing is very much a topic, whether you go to the server, whether you do the changes in the client, whether you do like a hybrid where you don't reload the client but still have the server do most of the rendering. This is a spectrum. Right, Penny, for your thoughts. Just sorry, question here from Fuzzy. Sorry, I've been having StreamYard does this to me after a while, where it starts getting like glitchy. I'm assuming people can see what Fuzzy put here. Based on file-based routing, it would be a good pattern to place the endpoint config as an export from the endpoint file instead of as a pattern that is applied before the endpoint. Basically, route ts export config instead of app.router. I'm not sure I actually follow what you mean here. Most of the time, the reason that we split files is for lazy loading. And the only thing that actually needs to be lazy loaded is the main component code. You kind of usually most of the other config you want up front when the route is defined. So yeah, what I ended up doing after this, thing was like, okay, I went in Code Sandbox here, and I think I showed everyone my cache, fine-grained cache store thing last time. I forget if I did. I probably did, where I was kind of showing how these APIs could work. Yeah, I did, because I remember I told everyone about how I was going to pack promises together to make this work. But since then, what I did was I tried to build the next version of the router in a Code Sandbox. And I've been using this silly example forever. So yeah, this is the basic idea. This is all like no file-based, even though I was like using some file-based type conventions to help me along. But essentially, I made this example, and I'm just going to drop this example here. This is not a final example. Not all the features work properly, but you guys can take it out. Check it out here. Yeah. I showed the cache stuff, I remember, but I don't think I showed the router example because this is what I've been doing the last week. Okay, so I just have a basic config-based route set up here, path, component users, and notice the load function. And what I did for this setup was I set up a new router, put the component, this is the entry. Actually, I forget, maybe this path is not necessary anymore. Watch me remove that and it's broken. Okay, yeah, it's not necessary. And then actually, I if this is the latest, I actually don't even need this. I can just go like this. And then, yeah, let's just do that. Beautiful, still works. Okay, done. So the app, simple app, some links, suspense wrapping children. You walk around, do stuff. Nothing too big. But what I use this as a chance to basically try out some of these new data APIs that I've been talking about. For example, index page is basic. Users page, there is createAsync call for getting the users. And here I kept the convention of data files next to the thing. And inside the data files, there's the load function, which is literally just calling get users. And then get users is a cache wrap with the name users. And it just fakes fetching users by doing an artificial promise delay. Inside here, for each user, something similar, where again, fake fetching an individual user. And essentially, this get user function is called from the load function here, using the params for the ID, and then again, using createAsync, where again, it could just be createAsync get user this, but I'm console logging to kind of show the behavior of this example. And if I'm right, because I got a lot of console logs, you can kind of start seeing the behavior of this. What's really exciting about these APIs I've been building is the cache is actually a store under the hood, which does fine-grained diffing. I showed this last week where we're updating if I go in here and this is a to-do list, and this is not completely, what's going on here? Let's get console. No, I wanted to inspect something here. Let's inspect. Yeah, that's why I need to scroll over here. There we go. If we're in here and we're looking in, we have div, these are our two lists, and I add an item. It adds it to the end. Obviously, nothing else gets removed. If I go make this demo, and I blur it, what you're going to see here is that while the fields updated here, because I put disabled on them while they were in a pending state, nothing else collapsed. It did not. It did a fine-grained data diff and did not replace it, even though I am getting new stuff from our servers. So the cache APIs do granular invalidation with a store, which is kind of cool, right? Oh, did I break the other example here? Let me look. I think, yeah, I don't need the route here. Okay, anyways, never mind. So I took these cache APIs and applied it here. So now when I hover over user, you'll see fetching user list, right? And then when I go to user, I will see my lovely user list, which has a bunch of users. Why does it have so many users? Well, because inside the user's data function, I set an interval that every 2 seconds it adds a new user just for fun. And the reason I did this is some of my earlier experiments had some problems, because what I would do is I'd sit here and then I'd hover over it and it would fetch the user list, and then suddenly we would see the new users show up here, and you'd be like, oh, that's odd, isn't it? And I thought it was very jarring that every time I did a fetch, see, the fetch cache here lasts for 5 seconds, so it's not fetching. Oh, there it did. But what's interesting is obviously when I go and I come back, it didn't fetch again, it just ran it, and you'll see all the new users here. So here it's been 5 seconds. When I do it here, now you'll see it both fetched and ran the createAsync, and you'll actually see 22 users now. But what's fun about this, obviously, is that I can do that. I can fetch the list. Now I got 4. I can go back and forward. It's been more than 5 seconds, but our back cache lets us keep it good, and we still got 4. Although, interestingly enough, if I go here and I hover and it fetches again, well, now there's a few more in here. So the backforward cache does get invalidated along with the like main, it's like the main cache granularly invalidated. But in general speaking, we're only going to show you the new data on a navigation. And this is important because I'm going to go in here into a specific user. And one thing that I noticed about this pattern that's a little bit different when comparing it to like hoisted like remix or solid router data thing is each of these routes are kind of independent. So you're kind of tempted, you're way more tempted to basically, you fetch in the components, right? Which means that if I needed, while from this top level user, I could literally take this user, stick it in a context component, and then like this about, which is the index or the settings or whatever, could just use the context to use the same user. I'm just being lazy here, and I'm going to like have them just call the function themselves, get user this. As I said, I could use context, but they're gonna, each sub page is going to also call get user. So parent page. So yeah, let's call it parent because layouts are fictional. Okay. So parent calls, right? So if I land on the about page, I fetch user 1, and then parent user runs 1 and main user runs 1. We don't fetch again. We only fetched once, but you see them both, getting the same user. And this is expected, but what's kind of interesting is with these data fetching setups, you end up fetching more often because when in the past, if you use context, if you switch between tabs, you're not going to fetch the user again because you already have the user. But in this case, because I put it local, kind of as I said, this could be React query, but in this case, I'm using these data cache APIs that I'm shipping with the router. But you could picture right now, these same patterns would work with React query. We could go inside here and go, preload function, ensure query, in here, use query. Like this is going to work exactly the same. And then you don't even have to use any of these things. You can just use, solid query. I just felt that we needed a default so that people could get started, like without me necessarily pushing a third-party library you might not want to use. And, this has very basic capability. It's not SWR. It's not like stale will invalidate cache. It is simply like the preload cache only lasts a couple seconds. Back cache, for the most part, you're fetching data fairly often. But let me show you how this ends up working. Because if I go here and load users and load here, when I switch the settings, you're going to see that I didn't need to fetch user again because it's still in the it was fast enough, and I got running setting user. So parent main settings. Now, if I go back, main is actually about. Maybe to make this clearer, I'll call it about. Let's call it about. Let's do this again. Okay. So again, and now I go back to about. Nothing happens. But if I wait long enough that the preload cache expires, which is pretty quick, and I go here, when I hover, you see I fetched user 1 again. When I go, again, nothing updates when I fetch user 1. But when I go here and it runs them, you'll see it actually, I waited so long that I had to actually fetch it again. But it ran both the setting and the parent user on that navigation. Let me show you one more time what I mean. So settings page, wait long enough for it to expire, about, fetch, click into it, and then you see it runs both about and the parent when it navigates, because you don't want inconsistency. If you know that you've updated the cache, like on hover here, and then you navigate, this could have been updated. You want to make sure this is updated as well. Whereas previously, if you use context, you know that settings wouldn't have been refetching it, so you would have had the same thing to be consistent. It's a subtle difference, but I noticed that this is actually one of the key differences between these cache-based routing is it encourages people not to use context, which does lead to more regular fetching. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. It's just something to keep in mind. Yeah, so what you're seeing here is prefetching on link hover. See, if I go here, see, it was actually fetching. If I went here, fetching user list, click here, there we go. Like, so what's cool about this approach for Solid, at least, is we used to build all this reactive stuff inside the loader function because you'd have to return it. Now that we don't have that problem, calling this load function as many times as we want is trivial. So I was able to implement link prefetching, right? So this is fairly straightforward. And one of the coolest things that I got to see from here was that I went in and I was like, okay, well let's update SolidStart. I'm working on SolidStart beta 2, and I went into the Hackernews example and updated it. And something that I'd done recently that I was talking about was having, instead of export const route data, having go export const route and then putting a data function on it. Basically, any single route parameter that you want to send to the router that from the file system, you would just tag on here, match filters, whatever, data functions, you could just tag on here. So we still export a default export for the page because that gets code split and that's like the component, so it gets bundled separately. That's why it's a separate export. But any other route config that you want, available as part of the route definition, you just add to this export const route, which is great. But what was even greater was when I updated between this router and the new one, I just went in here and replaced data with load and went satisfies route definition, like changed the TypeScript for it, and then updated the APIs, and that was it. Like, technically speaking, the new version of SolidStart can support both the existing version of the router and the next version of the router, because it's router agnostic. Because the core part, yes, maybe inside the let's look at the file tree, like Hackernews. Like, if I go into the entry point of our app, let's just look at the code. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Let's look at SolidStart, like a Hackernews example. If I go into the entry point of our application here, let's pull this up a little bit, and go to the app TSX, the router is in your code. If you don't include the router, then you don't use the router, which is awesome. Honestly, the base SolidStart project now is 5.7 kilobytes because the router and the meta and everything is optional. The only thing I included is the default error boundary. And all we get from SolidStart is the file routes, which we pass in here. Nothing else here actually needs to come, right? Like, if I actually have a project in here called, let's go back. That's Hackernews. But Bear, yeah, look at Bear. Here's a new Bear SolidStart project. There's no router. There's entry server, which is just the HTML, like the index.html, written in JSX. Probably never touch this. Entry client, which is literally just the render call, the mount call. So basically, you get a new project. What you really do is you start an app TSX, and app TSX is just, I just put a counter on a page, right? Put a counter here. There's nothing else. There's no suspense. There's no router. There's no nothing. And if I make this silly example here, example bear, this has very create React app vibes, or like Vite basic template vibes, because I'll just go in here and I'll open up the good old localhost 3000, and yeah, there's nothing to it, just a thing that does. But actually, this is server rendered and there's no router. So if I go garbage here, I'm still going to serve the same page because there's no router to make it any different. But essentially, it's just it's like a CRA equivalent with SSR. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, you could choose, you can be like, I don't want to use solid router, I don't like it, whatever. In fact, if we really want it to be CRA, we just go in here and go SSR false. And now if we do that, I believe, and we look here, did I break it? What did I break? Let's see. I haven't actually tried this for a while. Let's see. Maybe. Okay, I broke it. Okay. Something I should double check here. What's the error? We'll worry about the error later. But that's essentially failed to import Vinci routes. Okay. Yeah. I probably never tried I feel like I did try it, but we'll take a look at this again. I'll take a look at this again after, but you get the point. It is literally just it. So, sorry, it's StreamYard is being really annoying for me. Okay, just give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna refresh my page. Sorry about that. It was just killing me. So brutal. Let me share my screen again. There we go. Yeah, so I wonder if it's because I went to some it's because I went to maybe it's because I went to let's try that again. Maybe it's because I went to a page that didn't exist. No, okay. Fine. I swear this was working the other day. Anyways, it's fine. Let's not worry about that right now. But my point is that with a simple switch of SSR false, yeah, it would be CRA. So, yeah, this is a very cool baseline because then, as I said, adding a router is just up to you, and if your router has different options than my router, well, you basically just set them in the route config. So in here, when I went to, let's go page, I just was like, okay, satisfies route definition. I know this is a little bit tedious from a TypeScript standpoint to say like what the route definition is, but this is because literally the router could be anything, even if it's not there. All we have as a convention is default export, lazy loaded component, route definition. And in this case, our route definition tells us that we can load stuff so that we have a params object, and we can call get stories. And yes, I get there's some repetition here because get stories is called here and here. Once in the createAsync call, once outside of the createAsync call. Keel's here seeing stuff break in real time. Delete and install node modules of Lengstorf should work. Okay. All right. Let me do that. I'm gonna take the global node modules, move to trash. I'm gonna go into examples. I'm gonna make sure these node modules are gone too. I don't have that many. All right. Let's just try this a go. Keel saves the day again. Yeah, okay. So there is a duplication, but the truth of the matter is you could skip doing this, like Tanner was saying, and just fetch in the components, especially with preload, because you're going to preload the code splitting anyways, so it's like not that big of a deal. But this is nice because you can preload the data too. Okay, let's try one more time. I'm suspect, unless you know something that just broke like the other day. and this is so you can, yeah, no, I suspect there's more going on, Nikhil. Actually, no, this does look like your error. Yeah, well, whatever. You'll just not save the day again. Well, I know that the Hackernews example works, so we're just gonna get to the Hackernews example. Okay, yeah, Veep 5 did come out very recently, but what I just wanted to show is like, let's get this going. Got streaming, see that loading in with the streaming, and then we have preloading, which is nice. Makes pages back cache instant. I love this because that's the guy link. Sorry, I love this because you can go in here, right? You can scroll down, find this one, and then with the back cache, scroll restoration is just like a guarantee. You know what I mean? Like, you just don't have to worry about this kind of stuff. Anyway, like, not too much fancy here. I just wanted to show that this stuff works. Obviously, most frameworks have preloading and have these kind of mechanisms. What's key about the new APIs is they will work still even in other scenarios. Obviously, you need client routing to leverage the preloading. But if I went into, let's say, Hackernews here, and then just change, I was like, okay, let's go islands true here, okay? Like, we're not gonna get the link preloading right now because there's no router on the client. I think, like, what? Yeah, you can't tell in dev no. There's way too much JavaScript in dev no. But what I'm getting at is, like, the same API design will work even in MPA mode. You can see it's doing full page reloads right now while I'm moving around. That's why that's linked. But you know, this is islands mode. So like, these data APIs will hold up. It's going to be a bit longer till we get like our server component type solution in our hybrid routing islands, because we're pulling this logic back into the router. But I just wanted to kind of show that I think the development experience for this is acceptable, and if not actually good, because it actually makes the code inside the components less, because you are literally going in here and you're like yes, there's duplication here, but everything else actually shrunk down considerably here. If you look at my diff that I was showing in Fork earlier, like Hackernews stories, there's actually, like, obviously I changed the capital A's to lowercase a's, little things like that, but it's actually much tighter. And the reason is I pulled some of this API processing stuff, which I could have pulled up previously, into this fetch, this API call scenario here, where I've set up kind of my data layer. And what I love about the new APIs with cache and action is they encourage you to pull the stuff out because you want this identifier to be global. Why do you want it to be global? Because of TypeScript. This is so lovely. I didn't talk about this before, but if you remember in the old setup, you'd go in and you'd be like, use route data, type of route dot data, you know, this kind of garbage to kind of get the TypeScript. Well, with the direct imports, you don't have this problem. Instead, you just like, what are these? Oh yeah, it's a stories array around defined. You know why? Because get stories returns a promise of stories array, createAsync passes it through, and now you're flying. Right? So like this, you don't have to like do that weird type of inference. As long as you import the function with the right types, then it goes in. Right now in this version, we didn't inline the server functions. There's just a use server on the top here. Sorry, this example is also using server functions as well. We just put at the top of the file. There was an issue with inline ones So otherwise I could have put the use server call like inside here, but it doesn't really matter. You get the idea. A lot of this just encourages you so that when you go into the actual components, this is your data fetching story. And I wanted to show you the islands mode because this component basically goes from being a client component here to a server component. And it uses the exact same data fetching paradigm. It's not like, oh no, now I have to go wait and do something else. The cache APIs, the server functions, everything works on both sides. So there's no real point of differentiating based on the data here. Like I switched to islands mode. This is now a server function, server component essentially. So like this is like I'm seeing the pieces come together. Yes, route load is not reactive, and it can't return anything, right? So this just warms the cache on preload and stuff. So like, it's interesting though because we can play some games here, right? Like, I actually did a pretty good implementation of all these primitives I haven't finished the action side, but on this side. So like if I remove this, the preload or the load function, it's not like this doesn't work anymore. We're not, oh yeah, we're getting preload for that one, but we're not getting preload for this one. Like these are the same type of page. This is a different page. But now, yeah, we're not getting the preload, right? But we still have the cache, but you can turn off the preload on a per link level, but I'm showing you can also just remove the thing. And because if we look at the JS, let's look at the JS. You know what? To actually look at the JS, let me change this to build mode, right? Let's go, let's go to Hackernews. Let's build it. There we go, Nitro, shoot that stuff out. And then let's go node. Apparently I have not done this one. Okay, node, examples, Hackernews, what is it? Dot output server index MGS. It's good thing to make easier for people in the future. Note to self. But what I'm getting at is now we're using the actual, oh yeah, I have a bunch of freaking extensions here. Let's not worry about the extensions here. My point is when I hover over this, you see the code load, right? For the next page. But so see, all good. Code load. Good. Code load. My point is that once the code loading, you're not really having a waterfall here anyways. Like the biggest waterfall is the code loading. So you might be going, okay, well, why even have these preload functions at all? Well, nested routes. Even if you could fetch at the top level in your component, the routes end up forming a hierarchy that render each other. So if you have some data here, stories, and then you go, don't show the children until the stories are loaded, well, you've created a waterfall if you do your data fetching purely in your components. This is just hierarchical consideration. And while it's possible to parallelize pieces of this, especially from a server component standpoint, you can't from a client component standpoint, and you can't on initial render on the server because context. So preloading or loader type patterns are a real thing. But what is cool is I can take this to a further extreme is I can go in here where this API is and then be like, okay, you know what? We're not even going to use the cache API. I just want to show like, if I'm naively just using this and I'm not going to use the cache API and I'm not going to preload and I'm just building a single page app, like, okay. All right. Sorry, I'm not in dev mode anymore. I'm in build. Let's go back to dev mode. But what I'm getting at is it's going to still work. And because of preloading of the link, I'm going to still get the code pretty fast. I'm just now data fetching. Still didn't data fetch initially. This is because we're using resources under the hood. Actually, it's more than using resources under the hood because I did it. I'm gonna. I talked about it theoretically last time, but I'm actually gonna show everyone what I'm talking about. I did it. This is the horrific moment that you've been all waiting for. Create async. Check this sucker out. Create async wraps create resource with this one little wrapper function. And then this wrapper function patches global fetch and patches global promise. I did this window dot for TypeScript. I can probably remove it for a couple bytes. Doesn't really matter much, but if it's on the server or it's not hydrating, just run the function as normal. Otherwise, patch global fetch and patch global promise, run the function, finally restore global fetch and global promise. And with that, without using cache APIs, without using, preloading or anything, we still have hydration working properly. So yeah, as a base API, this actually, funnily enough, works. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of power here. Yeah. Yeah, we're patching it for a few milliseconds. That's the easiest way to put it. Just long enough that we can track reactivity synchronously and throw away any promises. But it works. The stuff we talked about 2 weeks ago, I went and I implemented it all. So we're coming along quite nicely. SolidStart beta 2 is getting close. I need to test actions. I'm working on auth examples and to-do examples next, but you can kind of see this patterns forming, and these patterns will form quite well in terms of relation to stuff like server components or hybrid routing, whatever you want to call it in the future. So yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty excited about this because I feel fairly confident now that I can present this API to someone and, all right, there we go. And you'll be able to basically do, it's a universal routing and data loading thing. And as I said, the beautiful part about this is don't use my cache, replace this crap, put Tanstack query in, and it will work just as well, right? Like this is, I was hoping that with talking to Tanner, I'd figure out the secrets to TypeScript so that I could do better stuff. And his code generation makes me believe that it is possible to do it for the file-based routing. However, this lowercase anchor for href completion might actually be problematic. I'm starting to realize, which is kind of like an interesting world to live in, where we've been trying to get away from, like, my favorite thing about this examples that you've been seeing is, other than the types that I'm getting from the router here, that I need for, like, I'm getting for the props for the page or for the route definition, createAsync will eventually be in SolidJS. Like, this is a prototype for the V2 solid primitive. I'm not putting in solid today because I actually want to get the proper createAsync propagation going, where you won't have to null check anything anymore, or at least things outside of effects. So I do want to get it, but what you're going to notice here is, like, we're never importing stuff from the router or SolidStart pretty much at all. Like, it really feels like you're just using Solid and the libraries that you use. Like, this is a drastic simplification. And like, yeah, it's very cool to see all the pieces come together. Yeah, you can always do that. Yeah, I just, that's not a drastic simplification. I'm hoping that, like, these things are just like, this is already nicer code. I'm really liking this abstracting the API thing. As I said, this is a use server. You just, like, set up your API, make a few use server calls, wrap them in cache, and then, like, you're off to the races, right? Preload them, use them where you need them, and everything kind of handles itself in a fine-grained way. Even when you do a router reload, it's only going to be the piece of the data that changed that upgrade. We don't re-render the whole page. Like, it depends. Like obviously, when you get to server component type scenario, we'd be doing it like doing more pieces coming in, but like the API should hold up, which is really exciting. Yeah. I mean, TS can take its time. I even in a project like this, sometimes working on SolidStart, I start seeing like TS choking up, and I imagine you get, which suggests to me that people who have actual really large projects must, hit this way more often than I am. But yeah, I don't know. I minus Tenor's like very powerful completions, which I'm very interested in. This at least gets us to that nice level where you just import a function and get the types and everything works for both data fetching and for mutation. Well, mutation's an interesting one because forms and form data is kind of awkward. We'll talk about that a little bit more in This Week in JavaScript because I think there's some good topics that we're going to talk about. Most of them route based, so I think we're very on stream. I just wanted to showcase the progress here on SolidStart and showing you that like the pieces that I need. I've actually started releasing. I I need to do another release for it to actually be working right now. But if you look, there's a 0.40 alpha 0 out, and hopefully an alpha 1 out. When I do that next release, people will be able to start playing with SolidStart Beta 2. It is coming now. I knew I needed to solve these things. I just need to I need to re-implement a few of these examples from this to-do folder, and then we're off to the races. I think the basic stuff is coming together quite well right now. What does createAsync does? It's basically a simplified version of our create resource. It's a primitive that goes promise into signal, which is super powerful because it works with suspense and it, this approach is much more composable than what we were doing before. Yeah, no, create resource is it's going to be the other way around. Create async is going to become the primitive we ship with solid, and create resource is going to get shipped off to like legacy, and you'll just import it from there and you'll still be able to use it, and create resource will be a wrapper around create async. So like, unfortunately right now, create async is much simpler, and actually create resource has a bunch of stuff, and then we actually are wrapping it, so you actually end up with more code. In the future, create async will be the simple core piece, and then create resource will be the thing with all the extra code because it has all this extra functionality as it goes off into its deprecation path. Well, I started thinking about this a bit, and SolidStart is a meta framework in a sense. Like, that's what we're building it towards. I always say that it's not a meta framework in a sense, but I realized that like I wanted to keep Solid being the library. And there's this tension here where React is kind of doing both. We're just drawing lines in a different place. I started from a place where I wanted to make sure that the router and its core Solid were very separate, whereas React started from a place where they wanted to make sure that the router, yeah, I don't know, it's a tricky balance to kind of find the right primitives. This is why this has been taking so long, because right now I have this pattern. I validate stuff further from the core as possible and then get closer to them. And I think that's basically what's going on here. Stuff started in start, now it's going to the router. Will it get to core? Probably, but maybe in a different form. I don't. This is, yeah. I knew though that because we weren't going to have create route data and create action $, or whatever, all that stuff, that I need to make sure that I had the right APIs. And this is what you're seeing here. There's not going to be like create route data, create resource, create a bunch of stuff. It's just going to be create async, and then for the actions, just be the action API. That's the direction we're going. We're just axing all these extra primitive wrappers by just coming up with a better, more composable base primitive. This create query, sure, from Tanstack, but you're getting that from Tanstack. You're not getting that from me. So yeah, Solid is a library completely, right? Like that's the thing. I it's a collection of things. This is a more opinionated way of putting things together, but it's not necessarily the things that you put together. It's just giving the basis for like putting them together. Solid is a state of matter. Thank you. Okay. So, okay. This is pretty cool. I'm going to keep on working on the action stuff. Next couple weeks, we should start being able to play with Solid Beta 2. Looking good. I do have one other thing that, I wasn't just twiddling my thumbs here. I wrote another one of my long little blog post things. I'm just gonna, it's not that long. I'm gonna post it here. You don't have to read it right now. I'll actually summarize it pretty well. But all I'm saying is I feel a little bad. Remember at the end of last stream, people are like, check out Fresh 1.5, right? Fresh 1.5, right? And I got partway through, and then I got down, and maybe it wasn't last stream, maybe it was a couple streams ago, and I got down and I read the whole thing, and then I'm like, I closed my screen, and I was like, you know what? React is so far ahead of everyone, we should just go home, or something like that. And I think I was not fair to Fresh here. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that they are on to something. And not necessarily the way they're doing it, but it's very nice that they've come up with a primitive. See, the problem is that HTML partials as an API primitive are broken with global state unless you handle them properly. And I just saw this, and I was not seeing that handling, right? It's the reason why just adding view transitions to Astro doesn't solve the problem, why we're entering into a world of pain right now with islands frameworks. And actually the only solution that actually solves it properly is React right now with server components. But I think the concept here is very powerful. Their idea of defining partials as a primitive, right? Because partials are your lakes, so to speak, if you know my terminology for stuff. So the idea of having a component to define lakes and another way to define client entry points is super, super powerful here, right? Because they have this whole thing where they're explaining that you can tell links to go to separate endpoints, do the whole HTMX thing, basically, where oh, if you hit this link, it'll go get this data from here and that. I don't like any of that. Honestly, you want to centralize your HTML APIs, from my opinion, because you want consistency. If you update, I was looking up at HTMX and I was like, oh, if I click a button, I have to update 6 parts of my page. How do I do that in HTMX? Is there a way to do that? I found a semi-old GitHub issue that said the answer was no, or that you had to do this other thing. And I was like, okay, whatever. But if you instead view this mechanism as just a way of handling insertions and a mode, this is kind of what server component mode is in an HTML framework. What if your render to stream or render to string call just said partials true? And then what it would do is it'd render, and then it'd skip everything outside of the outermost partials that it renders and just returns those partials. I know that, and then all you'd have to do is have a router that, based on a route diff, and maybe it knows this because it's in partial mode or whatever, it can just go, oh, I actually only have to render these sections, and then those become the outermost partials that then get swapped. So you could start seeing that if you had a primitive for partials like this, you could build a router on it where the router itself was a partial and each route outlet was a partial. And then the server could just, it's basically how the hybrid router that we built last year worked, but it's now at a primitive level. So if you could understand what a partial is, then you could build the router on top of that. And I think that is compelling, because if you look at the API of the router that not the form action here, the router, I'm trying to, not this one. Let me go to the README. That's probably the easiest place to see it. Yeah, if you look at the API here, it's designed very specifically. There's a reason the router takes the route path directly, and even that the app itself is into the router. It's because when the program starts, the router is the entry point, which means it controls exactly what renders. We can come in here and go, oh, we just switched from user ID 1 to user ID 2. The router has all the route definitions. It can just go straight to the section that needs to render and then render that partial. And because that partial is router depth 3 or whatever, the client equivalent will go, oh, I have router depth 3, and it'll just swap the partial and then do the appropriate behavior. So yes, I was premature dismissing Fresh on this, because this, not that stuff, but the core of this is a very good idea, because if you combine this concept of partials as a primitive and the concept of use server, essentially, use client, like basically hydratable serializable JSX. Sorry, I skipped ahead of it, but like pretend, okay. Yeah, I did skip one part of this. The other part is, pretend you have a function that returns JSX, like a server function that returns JSX. Well, actually, I can probably show this in the solid playground. Can I show this in the solid playground? Yeah, no, let's reset editor. Okay, this function returns JSX. I don't care that's a component here. It returns JSX. What does the function that returns JSX returns? It returns SSR template, SSR key, escape, whatever. Okay, so it calls this SSR key on this template, which is a bunch of strings. It generates a special type of object that tells us that it's a template. So if we have a function and we get that special kind of template, we can assume that if this HTML is coming from the server, that it is not a client entry. It is a server entry, and that any client entries would have to be found underneath it. So from that perspective, if we could serialize this known object for us, which is an SSR node, essentially a template, into something that that serializes in something that auto creates the DOM nodes on the client, and then on interaction or whatever, wakes up the islands inside of it, purely from a serialization standpoint, it's possible that you could see that the combination of sending back partials and serialized JSX that auto wakes up the islands, that you basically have the whole server component mechanism based on HTML, just based into a serialization mechanism. So the reason I'm laying this out is this is exactly what we're using the Chrome money on for the Aurora project. This is what Alexis has been working on. That's why he spends so much time on serialization, is because we are working on a mechanism at a serialization level to handle basically this idea of HTML that can create islands through APIs, combined with, I think this is the missing piece, this idea of partials as a primitive to build things like routers. That's what the solution looks like. Why can't we switch to Vue, presumably the best framework at this moment? I'm sure. I mean, I think Vue might be more compelling after they finish Vue Vapor. For me, I mean, here's the thing: when you talk about like framework things, these things keep on moving, right? So like, yeah, I don't even know. Yeah, it's interesting. I think React might still be the best framework at the moment from my perspective. Like they took a really big jump start. Like before they dropped server components and started getting that going, I might have said that they had lost out to others. But it's hard. Like everyone's catching up in different ways. React needs to catch up on client. Their client stuff is not very good. Vue needs to catch up on server. So it's like, it's interesting, and client actually a little bit, but not as much as React. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting. I think React is actually currently a few steps ahead of everyone else except for on the client rendering. Like if I was building a single page app, it's so hard. React's like snug right in the middle. Like if I was bringing an e-commerce site, I wouldn't use React, but if I was building a single page app, I would not be using React. So actually, I don't know what I'd use React for. Never mind. But they're like good in the widest range. Like they're very good across the board, where I can't say that about most solutions. They have the widest good range right now. Yeah, I mean, yeah, React does cool stuff with streaming. The interesting thing is, yeah, I'm not even going to talk about Marco right now. Never mind. Or Solid. React was kind of late to the streaming thing, which is still earlier than half the frameworks. Yeah, let's not worry about that. Anyways, where I was getting to is that this has more promise than I give it credit for, and I wrote down a bunch of my thoughts on that, and that's really what I wanted to kind of get out there, because I think I did not give Fresh enough credit, because yeah, as is what they showed there, yeah, I stand by what I said before, but I think they're thinking about things in the right way, and it's always nice when I'm like spent so deep in a problem and I think it's so complicated that someone can come out at it again from like a simplistic standpoint, and then be like, hey, let's just think in primitives again. So yeah, I'm pretty excited about where this is heading. The path forward for this stuff has gone much clearer over the last couple of weeks working through these prompt space. It's just a matter of implementing it, which is why I've been very heads down. But we're gonna I'm gonna get this week in JavaScript started up right here. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to get that preset for us, because a lot's happened in the last 2 weeks of JavaScript. So let's see here. I think if there's been some solid news. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And then let's get some bookmarks going. How's everyone doing? I know this is a little bit earlier in the stream than it usually is, but Tanner did not stay with us as long as I would like, but it made for a very compact stream. Yeah. All right. Wow, there is so much stuff here. Okay. And Chinks out the next 4 hours. Yeah, there is so much stuff for this week in JavaScript. I'm gonna have to like figure out how to strategically get started here. All right, let's see here. All right, so yeah, let's just get started on this week in JavaScript. I think it's the last 2 weeks have been very good, and I'm looking forward to talking about them, because I've been sitting on this stuff, I feel like, for the whole 2 weeks. So let's get going here. Okay, honestly, at the end of my last stream, I was telling everyone, I was talking about routing and stuff, and people are like, did you see Michael Jackson's tweet and all this? And I was like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. Send it along. I didn't really see the right tweet. But he was doing there was some spice coming on, right? Right? Yeah, you probably posted this in chat. I didn't get back to it in time. I was, tired. But this is kind of the beginning of this conversation again, because I feel like the remix guys and ourselves are all kind of like circling around this stuff. They're looking at server components, trying to rethink the patterns. I heard someone mention that they are looking at client loader and server loader and like stuff. Yeah, I mean, without context, loaders are hard. This is the reason why I've been working on this load API and pre-caching mechanism because it's just it is what works universally. At this point, I don't even think I care about server and client loading. I think I want a router that knows what each route section is. Like that it goes, okay, yeah, this route section starts from the server and this one is a client one. So from that perspective, the same load functionality can be isomorphic. It just depends on what the use case is. Like if the route starts, I guess it's interesting. If you need the client load stuff anyways, even if you are a server first approach, yeah, okay, I'll bite, when the time comes. But starts with this very straightforward seeming question. Would you rather have your data fetches associated with the current route or with a component? Do people have opinions here, right? Like, I think this has been a very long-standing question. This is kind of like, should we keep our state globally in stores or should we put them locally in the component? It's like a very similar extension of a question. Yeah, I want both too. It looks like 2,000 people don't listen to Ryan Florence, like almost half the people. Start with the component, move to the route to optimize. Yeah. This is a dangerous path. Honestly, I find a more common thing that ends up happening is you start with the route because it's a good place to do stuff. So that stuff becomes optimized. And then over time, people like get so far removed from it, they accidentally start fetching stuff in components. And then like, that's where things end up. Like you don't have, if you start from the route, you don't have to worry about it until like much later. Like there's this like, like it's like the stupid, bell curve thing where like if you start from the route, you'll be good like so far. And then at a certain point, it'll get muddled. And then eventually you'll go back to try and optimize the stuff in the route. But like at the point it gets muddled, you're already like 3/4 through. Whereas if you started in the component, you're probably going to hit that issue much sooner. Yeah, micro front-end architecture is right. This is an organization problem, right? So, not that. Let me go here. Yeah. So, yeah, I was expecting it more lopsided. I figured everyone would say they want to load a component. I figured it'd be like 80% in the component, but because there's a lot of Ryan Florence and Michael Jackson fans around, the remix kind of side of things, I can understand why it's less so. But like yeah, some people pointing out that you can use relay, but I'm not talking about relay. Like, yeah, obviously you can use relay. Relay is like the pinnacle of data fetching, but then we all walked away from it. So I mean, there's that. But like, the truth of the matter is you always end up accurate. Route level data fetching is a lot like JS frameworks. You try not to use it and you'll invent it your own. Like you relay even is in a sense of like a really complicated way of trying to get route level data fetching. Like you look like you're trying to fetch in the component, but again, you're hoisting it up. Same thing with these cache APIs. Same thing with like all of this. Like really what you're trying to do is hoist up the data fetching. I'm not saying it's a problem, but outside of automated systems like relay, that turns local route fetching, it is something to be aware of. Like basically at a certain point, you are going to hit the issue. The problem was a lot of people got really confused by this conversation. I mean, Adam Rakis got in here somewhere. Let's actually, I think I think it was on the reply of my first tweet somewhere in here. I actually have, if I go to my bookmarks, I think I actually have it here. If I go back far enough. Yeah, here we go. They were going back and forth, her and Adam, in the reply somewhere. And then she was like, okay, guys, let's do a poll. If A and B fetch their own data without checking, will this waterfall? And don't get me wrong, this is kind of a trick question, but the fact that like of the people who answered it, it's almost 50-50 right or wrong is kind of the problem. Maybe the trick overemphasized this, like, yes, there's an await right here. And I know this is like, would work better with syntax highlighting, but if there is an await and then A and B fetch their own data, it doesn't matter. Yeah, sure. React can parallelize A and B's data fetching because they're independent, but it can't do anything right now about await. Someone was like, oh, we can use static analysis. And I'm like, okay, sure, whatever. But like my point is, it's a blocking thing. This is why I use createAsync and I don't use await, because then it is non-blocking, and it's actually the things that depend on data that get blocked. So if B depends on data and A doesn't, guess what? It's not blocking. So that's already a waterfall win by using non-blocking fetching rather than await. Await is a very awkward API from a data fetching standpoint. But the fact that people didn't get that, yeah, it depends on whether an optimized compiler can prove whether get data is side effect free and eliminating level. Yeah, I mean, I mean this. Yeah, we will all have optimizing compilers, yes, but the thing is, the whole goal with suspense and streaming is not my Hackernews demo where I just load in the page and you're like, oh, look at how fast it responds, and I load in the page. It's the fact that the long tail problem. I know this is why eBay worked so hard on streaming over the years, is because let's say I have 10 different services that I'm getting data from. If they all depend on each other in the UI layer, or like in the component system, like I have to wait for it all. And now if, they're not, like I'm making artificial numbers, but like if they were 99%, good, they respond quickly 99% of the time, but they have like a 1% slowdown, like, so every 100 calls to any given API, one is like a little slow, and the other 99 are fast, let's say. If you require those 10 requests all before you respond, your system now looks more like 10% is slow. And that's a huge loss. By using suspense and streaming, you can isolate the different parts of data dependencies and let them essentially show up and render as available. And that means that, yeah, sure, maybe part of the page is slow, but you don't slow the whole page down. It makes a significant difference when you take these combinatorics to scale. So things like this do actually impact things. This is why we do streaming. Honestly, if you're just loading one thing on your page, you might as well not stream it and just wait for it to come in for the most part. I mean, you can preload the assets, which is fine, but it's interesting. The initial synchronous load of a page without the data fetching usually is relatively quick, right? Like I used to test that in benchmarks, right? Solid would be like very, very fast compared to React and a few others. But even when I made this like huge thing, we took a page from eBay. We actually took the actual page from eBay with all the footer content and all this, and just giant things of like HTML. And it was like, okay, what's the difference between the React render and the solid render? It's like, okay, one's 1 millisecond, one's 10 milliseconds. Like, it makes a difference when it adds up at scale. That's why they probably have that partial pre-rendering stuff, that they're talking about from Next or whatever, recently Vercel, Next 14. But I mean, let's face it, that's the least expensive part, like, that you're optimizing. Like, like the synchronous render usually isn't where the meat of the content is. Like, that render and return happens pretty fast, right? Like it doesn't actually, it's not where you get caught up. So the fact that this stuff getting entwined is actually more of a concern to me, and the fact that people can't see it is more of a concern to me. Yeah, but I mean, even if React is 10 times slower, I mean, it's not, I don't know, it can't be that bad. So like, yeah, I don't know. I did find this. I did find this poll kind of interesting because this is the problem here. A lot of people just go, oh, like, I kept getting a response of people going, yeah, RC solved this for me, and it's like, no, they do not solve this for you. This is why the remix guys are like really trying to figure out a pattern. Why I've been trying to figure out a pattern, because Next.js's approach innately causes waterfalls. Maybe waterfalls on the server aren't always bad. Maybe you can avoid it and be aware of it. But the combination of blocking async, especially at a component level, and the combination of like no hoisting means that like it will happen. This is not like Next or RSCs will take care of it for me. That is the furthest thing from the truth. So yeah, I understand that people want fetching in components more so than this pull even exists, but you have to be smart about it. That basically was the point, and it's informed a lot of the API decisions that I've been looking at. No, just going on to the next thing. This one's not that important. It just the talk where the sunglasses came from is finally up. So if you haven't checked it out, yeah, this is what inspired me to get Tanner on the stream. I saw this tweet actually. 2 years ago, I took Tanstack Router. He was talking about him removing the data functions and using route.load. So we've already had Tanner on, but basically he's like, I've given up on SSR. I don't care. I'm just making CSR single page apps and I don't care. And the funniest thing about this is the patterns that Tanner has come up with for single page app CSR are identical to the ones that I've come up with for server components. So this is an interesting thing to watch the progression of architecture and that this actually makes me very happy, because I was worried that the weakness would be the single page app, but if people like what Tanner has come to, and I think he's come to this with a lot of experience in these problems, highly interactive apps, then we are on the right path, and this makes me very stoked. Okay. Yeah, this is with RFC. Okay, we will talk about that one in a minute. Let me see if there's another thing here. Yeah, we'll get no. Okay, yeah, we'll get to that one in a second. Let me see. Was there more solid stuff that I want to get to? Yeah, cool. Yeah. Talking about Tanstack solid query. Arian made another demo showing out-of-order streaming. Solid query uses create resource on the hood, which means create query automatically supports SSR out of the box. It uses server $sign function 2, which unlocks server client boundary. Yeah, so this is a cool little demo to check out. This is exactly what I'm talking about. If anything, with the changes that we're making, React query is going to fit in, or sorry, solid query is going to fit in even better than it does today. You'll just like grab the router and just pop this in. So I'm very stoked to see these kind of demos coming around. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, this proves that. Yeah, it's a little bit, but it proves that you can just use these tools directly with SolidStart and it works. So very cool to see. I have not tried this demo till now, so I know that he's been waiting to do this. Tanstack query has been a long time. It was an alpha almost like 6 or 8 months ago, so very exciting. How are you doing, chat? CSR has always been the way forward. I can show you graphs to say that it's not, but loader was wild. Yeah, well, it's interesting because I think the load function has a lot more functionality capability, like usage, than say loaders do. Why do we want to prevent the real? Well, this is the thing. The browsers might eventually catch up, but we really don't want to do the full page navigation, right? Like we really don't want to unload the HTML and go to the next page and reload all the JavaScript and lose all the local state and do all that stuff. Like they're working on a view transition API for MPAs as well, but like, why, if you can do partials, why do the full thing. The router is going to make that more, like with new navigation APIs, making that more explicit for us, which I think is really exciting. But like, think about how long this takes. We're like what, 25 years into client-side routing, like single page apps. Not 25, sorry, 15. We're like 15 years into single page apps. And now we're talking about router primitives for it, like, or sorry, browser primitives for it. Like, we've been doing this, you know, the last 15 years, right? I mean, people can always like choose where they draw the line. You could be like, oh, I really want performant app. You've been able to do that with Signals for the last, 5 years, 6 years too, but now people are waiting to do it now that others support it. So I mean, I see the argument, the other side, but it's like there's the people who are in a position where they can do the new thing, and there's the people who are in the position where they wait till it becomes standard. The browser and standards is like the very end of that curve, right? There's people and frameworks and tooling that leads the way. There's the mainstream stuff that people have adopted, and then there's the browser and the platform on the far side. That's generally how these things work. Yeah, there's a spec for it, but again, it's tricky. And as I said, view transitions don't solve the application problem because the persisting the state isn't enough. It's trickier than that. The server has to be in on it. You have to, like, there is a reason server components are designed the way they are. I think it's fine if they're not great, because it gives us like room to experiment, and as long as they move diligently and slow, like make sure that they are very careful and pragmatic, then like everyone kind of progresses at the right rate. I don't like when people on that side get overzealous on like they're the future because they're destined, like web components. That's garbage. But like the fact that the baseline platform slowly gives us more capability, that's exciting. So yeah, so just getting my solid news in here, because that was a very cool to see this, and this is the point. They didn't have to do anything for this. He literally just grabbed create resource, wrapped it, and was like, okay. And I think createAsync is going to make that even easier. Okay, I want to talk about this one because Ryan Florence gave me a big shout out. People pretty excited about this one. I don't know if everyone saw this. Actually, let me make sure my audio is set up properly so you guys can hear it. Let me see. No, it's fine. I don't have to play it through here. The audio is not set up properly. Give me 2 seconds. Let me change the output audio to oh no, I have to change it in Chrome. I don't feel like doing it. Never mind. It's fine. I don't need to play the video right now. But he basically was talking about how hard it is to get focus events working, and because solid synchronous, it just works. This outside React, you can just do this like a normal person would think to do it. And I think we hit a lot of this. React has gone through some of the stuff that React has done over the years is definitely to fill their vision, and it's fighting against the platform in a way. I know I just said that the platform's the slowest moving thing ever, but like on a certain hand, perfect example of this. The DOM is a retained mode API. It is something that is persistent. You mutate it, and that's how it updates. So building a system on top of it, which throws everything away on every re-render, is kind of misaligning with the system. You're doing like a whole bunch of work just so that you can like do a small mutation instead of just doing the mutation. But in this case, I actually think React is right. I think that synchronous updates can be very unperformant. Now, obviously in a framework like React, synchronous updates can be really unperformant because they re-render trees, and in a fine-grained system, they might only update the things that change. But I think as a default, I think it's probably very reasonable for them to have something like flushSync. I just wanted to throw this out here because even though this is about the most pro-solid tweet out there from a React guy just saying like, look, why can't we just do the freaking obvious thing? And I can obviously relate to that. I like Ricky from the core team came. That's another World React community. You know, I'm doing this, and I'm like, here's a sneak peek at Solid 2.0. Um, that this is I think there are things we've learned over time, and I actually I would love to see if there's like a right balance for certain things, but like I I think sometimes React gets too much crap that they don't deserve. So this was one of them, and as much as I love to see Ryan Florence, you know, work through the example and stuff and show how cool Solid is. Yeah, what's crazier is to think that React had a world where flushSync didn't exist, like for like 4 or 5 years. Like that's the crazy part to me. That not that they handle updates this way. It's that they didn't have an escape hatch in the same way. General question: do you think the web interface for an embedded device should run a full MPA framework? Huh. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know enough about the underlying platform. A lot of times when I've been working with stuff for embedded devices, they basically work like spas where they don't like server render anything. Apparently, they like basically, you know, like the electrons and tort type thing. Like it's like a single render model, not like an SSR client server model. So I don't know. I mean, run a minimal Golang API and a spot. Like that's usually what I see in these examples because there's no like page reload mechanism. But yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, obviously initial render could have some benefits. Um, so maybe yeah, it's a funny spectrum because I would say like you could just run something like SolidStart or Remix and then you get the initial load and then you continue to, you know, get the updates SPA style. I wouldn't really call them MPA framework at that point, but something like the funniest thing is that React sees a big use case for React server components on mobile, which is like, huh, okay, so I don't see it yet, but so there's maybe something that some people know better in this area that I'm not aware of. It's possible that the reason that people have APIs and SPAs here is just because that was the model we've been using for so long, and that's the easiest. Initial load hasn't ever been, as I know, the biggest deal for these kind of applications because usually they show a splash screen. So, like, usually it's simpler to avoid the SSR. But yeah, I'm not gonna pretend like I'm an expert here. Yeah, I don't know if there's like a serialization cost either going across the wire. But anyways, I just wanted to I like the praise here. But I was like looking at this and I was like, oh man. I was like the first person to respond like, hey, flushSync is okay. Just because I was worried of the like what people would be thinking, you know, about the like there's a good reason to React to design stuff this way. But for me, this conversation actually opened up a more interesting question here because they kept on debating this down the train, right? Not sure VDOM has anything to do with this. It isn't motivated concurrent, blah, blah, blah. That's not VDOM, it's rendering, actual DOM activity, blah, 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 blah. But Mark Erickson Redux comes in and he's kind of like saying like the answers here aren't clear. I would love to see some get out of the React docs, blah, blah, blah. And this was the interesting thing. There's not no not and there are no plans to add it. As a principle for how we approach docs and API, React devs shouldn't need to know how React works under the hood. And this is an interesting thought to me. Because like that this is like a very different philosophical thing because React at one point they weren't so much I want to show you what's under the hood, but they were kind of like, we're just JavaScript. Like they were really playing to like that simplicity. And the reason I mention this is because let's go solid. Is because we just released our new Solid in 5 minutes video. I don't know if people have had a chance to check it out. There's a couple of things that we realize might need a little bit more correction for clarity. But let me just drop this link in chat here, because we basically took my pitch and that I do on most of my streams and stuff, or sorry, most of my talks, and basically moved it into a 5 minute video, which literally the 5 minute video shows people what reactivity is, as a simple example of using it, shows how to create your own reactive system, like basic conceptual, like faux reactive system, like how to implement create signal, shows how using pure DOM APIs with reactivity becomes JSX, and then finishes off by showing state management using reactivity in a JSX thing. Basically, our whole 5 minute pitch is, this is how we work under the hood. You could have built it yourself. So it's a very different sort of world to where, this this is kind of like the response here. We just further highlight how complicated it is. There's no domain program where you can knowledge of what's under the hood. Yep. Frustrating, curious. Yes. I really hate that attitude. Yeah, I mean, this is why you guys are on the stream, right? Would anyone here not be here if they didn't want to understand how this stuff works under the hood? We always look at it. Tanner comes on, we talk about how the TypeScript works, like how there's a reason we look at this stuff, because this helps us do better at what we do. There are great community resources like yours. I mean, the fact we have flushSync means we do, doesn't it? And these docs exist. But at a certain point, Mark Erickson, man, my hero. I disagree with this strongly. Yes, React devs don't need to know about many specific React terms, but this is a long-standing user-facing behavior. React devs need to understand about core React rendering behavior to use it correctly. This is public contract. I'm not asking for nuanced technical details. Like renders are cursively default. Props change don't matter memos. Blah blah blah. It's to React users. But yeah, so there are some docs here, but I think maybe this was taken out of context greatly, but I do think this might be the most important takeaway from this discussion here, is this kind of tension here. I don't know. It's easy to be in a position where I am to kind of poke at this, but yeah, I don't know. This definitely caught my eye. Yeah, they don't want to, which is fine. But I get it, because the docs purpose are to teach people to use React, not to teach people how React works. But it is an interesting thing, right? Like how that fits into like the docs model, like figuring it out. If React wasn't the predominant way to do front end these days, I wonder if things would look a little bit different, because I honestly think like we probably spend more time explaining this stuff because it's different than React, that we actually have to teach people. It is an interesting tension. Yeah, Mark Erickson is great. Yeah, honestly, yeah. So, in any case, yeah, I thought this was an interesting kind of point of highlight here. Yeah, I bookmarked the fresh thing because I felt that I didn't give it quite proper credit. We already talked about fresh. Okay, let's keep on going. Yeah, and we did just talk about the 5 minute video. It was a bit nostalgic for me to see Attila put it together and make it the base of the description. There's like a 15-minute intro and like a 40 or 15-second intro and a 40-second outro. So the video is about 6 minutes. So it's like 5 minutes and 30 seconds or whatever the core content. The first time I made that intro content, like that same example that we used to this day, was on Corbin's stream, and it took me like 45-50 minutes to explain it. To think that it's got condensed down to 5 minutes is just insane to me. I don't know, maybe it's too fast of a pace now, but it excites me to think that someone can like literally sit down for 5 minutes and get an idea of what Solid is. That, and how it's very different than every other, JS framework. I mean, I can't say that anymore, but like at least the position of it. I imagine this is true of any popular tool to a certain degree. I it's hard to judge on that. Yeah, I don't know. There's so many React users. Okay. Let's get back here. Yeah, so we're talking about the Attila here, more Tauri stuff, video game library. This is just a kind of follow up of like the last couple streams. I love seeing these native applications like come out. Apparently, this Tauri app for game managing library is 1.5 megabytes. That didn't mean tons to me, but when I look at the people in the chat, they're just like, 1.5 megabytes, how is it so small? That's insane. Anyway, it's just cool to see that this is actually a viable option. Anyway, I'm just going to wrap up the last bit of Solid news. Big shout out to Brendan, very involved in our community in Discord, very involved in the router project. He implemented the on before leave thing. Like he's using Solid for real. And when I say for real, is he had 3 large React apps. And when I say large, you can see them like these are kind of chain linked over the time. I'm talking about each of them with like hundreds of routes in them, hundreds of data grids and components, just absolutely massive apps. And over the last year and a half, he's migrated all 3 of them. I think in total, if you were to add it up, it's something like 500 routes. What's his thing? Yeah, I think the other one's a little bit bigger. So about 250 modals, 700 grids, another like 40 editable grids. Like I don't even, is the original post here? Yeah, see, October 2022. Yeah, like 350. Yeah, 7. I mean, should we like just add these together? 1,500 input fields, 64. How many date pickers in here? 91. Like, I don't know. Like, this is just a massive project, probably bigger than what most people have done. And he's now completely ported it all to Solid in production, which is amazing to see happen. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how. Yeah, that's he's spent more time and he's probably seen more Solid code than I have. Like this is just it's insane accomplishment, and I'm surprised I haven't hearted this yet. But it's probably just Twitter being glitchy. But yeah, this is just very cool to see. Yeah. So I mean, yeah. Okay, let's keep on going. Yeah, I mean, imagine building a solid file of the user in the web page regardless of the framework. Yeah, I mean, frameworks that are small have that benefit to be able to do that. I think it's actually interesting. I saw someone, Ben Holmes, posting some stuff about Alpine with Astro, and I think that has to be a DX choice. Do you know what I mean? Like people like it's an idea that now you don't need client components. You can just kind of build your Alpine reactive code on top of base Astro without having islands. So I think so, because one of the things that always surprises me, I can just go to the JS framework benchmark. when talking about Alpine is that like it's not fast or small. It's basically not particularly good at anything. Like compared to, I think this is why, like Evan spent like spent a day created Petite View just to be like, yeah, I like someone could spit this out in like 2 seconds, which is kind of a diss, but like I like you get like Alpine is back here. It's like next to Blazor. Although Petite View is next here too, which is ironic because no, it's crazy. I made Petite Solid on stream and it scored as fast as Inferno. It was slower than Solid, but it was as fast as Inferno. Maybe I need to bring Petite Solid back because this is actually kind of crazy. I didn't think Petite View would be back here. Anyways, my point is, look at the bundle size here. 157, 182, 182. Like, Solid, 150. Inferno, even Inferno, 165. Svelte, 157. Oh, Svelte 5's in here. It snuck in. Check it out, Svelte 5. I missed that. Officially in the JS Framework benchmark. See? They're now up here with the rest of us. Solid, Inferno, Svelte 5, Sinuous. Yeah. Nice. This is actually news. I'm glad I came here today. Yeah, it's basically like HyperScript and HTML. Like there's a bunch of these solutions that are basically slower, bigger, like just worse in any kind of material metric. Obviously, there might be DX considerations and like preference things, but they're basically empirically worse solutions. And like people are like, it's interesting. I think it's a good like you don't usually say strictly worse or strictly better, but like in this case, I think you can. And like it is kind of interesting to see like how far it's kind of like the back end front end argument kind of all over again, because I guess the back end's that much faster than the front end when you're using JavaScript on the server, but it's like if you're going to pick up a JavaScript framework to do client-side stuff on your mostly Go, Rust, whatever kind of back end, PHP, Rails, whatever, the solutions that generally come with those things, like the Simuluses and the freaking Alpines, and that's Laravel, and like those solutions are usually considerably bigger and slower than the frameworks that are actually designed for the purpose. Yeah. The selector thing is contentious, and I think it's fair. I actually don't know if I actually have a problem with the selector mechanism. I think the more interesting one that might have us move is the grouping of effects. I think that's a more interesting one. I wonder why they moved the selector. I guess they probably moved the selector because end users like it was too much like of an optimization. Like you had to be aware of it. It's fine. Svelte without selector, I mean, I already know how much each thing, at least in the old weighting, they changed the weighting now. But Svelte without selector, I am pretty sure ends up around, yeah, selector is probably good for about 0.07. So they're still going to come out in the same range as like HyperApp and UDOM and Lit, maybe. Yeah, I'd say they'd be coming in the lit area. Still ahead of Vue, and wow. This new rebase really did a number on the Rust frameworks too. Interesting. Is Rust? No, Wasm BindGen is still here. Okay, so yeah. We're like right neck and neck with them. Interesting. Yeah, every run's a little bit different, but yeah, okay. Anyways, JS Framework Benchmark is not that important. I just wanted to kind of like I was less worried about the performance, but the size. I think the size thing is kind of interesting. Anyway, Yeah, sorry, did I forget to highlight this comment? Anyway. Oh, okay, so yeah, what else do we got going here? There's a few more things that I think were cool. That was it for Solid news, so we're done with Solid. Few other announcements. Astro is now has Qwik in it. It's funny because I think there's a conversation before putting Astro inside Qwik, which I don't think makes a ton of sense. But Qwik and Astro is very cool to see. I think the thing that they like here a lot is because Qwik is still using its resumability mechanism, like it's still handling its entry point. Like it's if you put a Qwik component inside Astro, you don't use the client directives because Qwik handles its own hydration, like, or not hydration, like, so it's funny. You just put the counter in, and then Qwik will still do its fine-grained, wake up kind of thing. So there's a question of like, what's the point? Because you just use Qwik straight. I think this will give people a chance to try Qwik. I think this was actually a really smart move. I think like people in Astro, and they're like, oh, I want to just try a Qwik component. I just want to see what Qwik's about. Here's your chance. You can also put remix. Are you serious or are you joking? I was trying to convince the Astro guys to make like app directories, so to speak, so you could just like bring remix conventions in. But I guess with Vite, you and it's a Vite plugin, I guess you could kind of do that. Anyway. But I wonder if it makes sense more in this than Qwik City. The thing is, Qwik as the top level thing can do a lot more. Like this is hampering. If I was the Qwik guys, no, I'd say keep on working Qwik City because Qwik City is more capable than what Astro can do. Like there's just so much more they can do when they own all the pieces. But I think this is kind of a concession to like, Astro is kind of like the place where you try stuff. You want to try HTMX, put it on an Astro page. You want to try Qwik, put it on an Astro page, which makes it kind of a melting pot, which is kind of great. A lot of people use Solid and Astro. It's a super common combination. So like, I think this is good for them. I would never joke about this kind of stuff. Okay. The funniest thing about this whole what was I going to say? The funniest thing, I'm trying to open the link in my Twitch chat. Oh, here you go. Yeah, I see it. I see you. This is something you built yourself? But you're basically using the Beat plugin, right? Anyway, I will check it out here. The whole thing's basically one commit. Yeah, so yeah, I imagine this is kind of similar to what I was doing when I was rebasing SolidStart on Astro, where you basically just leverage the fact of the V plugin and calling it the right points. Very cool to see though. Where are we? In general, I do think this is, it's interesting to see this kind of interplay because I think it's good for Qwik. Although, as I said, generally Qwik City will be able to do a lot more for Qwik. Speaking of remix, how about we just getting build with RS Pack and free the bundler really sparking? It's interesting. I like the initiative here with free the bundler. I don't think we've gone to a point where bundler is generic enough. Like, think think about how hard it is to use server components on anything but Webpack right now. Nikhil managed to get server components working on Vite, but if Remix goes like free the bundler like this, and then they're like, yes, we now support server components, they have to make sure that server components work in all the bundlers. Like, this is funny. I talked before when I gave my talk at VConf about the layers and stuff. I think it's okay to be opinionated enough on the bundler layer when it's a layer below you. Like, if someone picks up Remix or SolidStart, I guess it's a question of how much. I guess the problem is, like, for them, Remix, they had a problem because they had their custom system with ES Build and they couldn't play. Like, I'm okay basically just going, okay, Vite's the thing, and going in on Vite, not for Solid, but for SolidStart. Like, like it's okay if you have that tight integration on the plugin system. I think I do think that with the unplugin and stuff, it's like getting easier to make cross bundler plugins, but it's like it's yeah, I think this, people spend a lot of time on the interop layer with the, say, adapter level, like running on different runtimes. Running on different bundlers is a trickier thing, but who knows? Maybe I'm just a Vite shell, so oh yeah. This is talking about the partial pre-rendering from Next 14. I think it's interesting. I want to know, like, my first gut thing here is, unless you're saving the cold start of hitting the edge server, is this really that big of a win? Like, just follow me here. I'm assuming that the product name, render all the static green, and the price and all this are in a database you prefetch. So assuming that's cached, you have the data cached, and then you go render it synchronously. You respond to the stream right away, and then you're waiting on this other stuff on another service, and then it comes in. Like, what's the difference between rendering it at the edge in a millisecond or less than 10 milliseconds and serving it from the CDN? The point of PPR is we don't need to render on the edge. Oh, okay. Sure. Okay, I'll buy that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Because, like, I was gonna say, like, I'm pretty sure the mechanism to do this is dirt simple, right? What you do, I mean, I could be wrong, is you run a render to string non-async version on your page at pre-render time. What this does is it only renders stuff that can be rendered synchronously. It hits a suspense boundary that can't be fulfilled. It just returns the fallback. So you render the whole page synchronously, render string as a build step. If you have the data preloaded, cached, whatever, then it's part of this. That suspense boundary works. The next suspense boundary requires async data. Well, too bad. Okay. So, good. Right. And that works regardless of server components, whatever. This is just suspense and streaming and some kind of cache mechanism. And then when the request comes in, you go, oh, cache hit, send back that static rendered page from the edge, then forward at the same time, forward the request on the same like request, forward the request to your Lambda, so to speak. And that Lambda isn't aware of this entry point. So it actually re-renders the whole page and suspends as usual, but it knows that the synchronous chunk doesn't need to like be sent. So it just goes, okay, yeah, you already got the synchronous chunk, skip that, and then just starts sending all the streamed in stuff after the fact. So my understanding is this is probably like, if you have the hardware infrastructure to support this, probably like a 2-line change any suspense made renderer, right? It's just, it's funny because I'm pretty sure they do the synchronous render again, because there's no way that we know the entry point on this. Like, I don't think so. We don't bundle that way, but it doesn't matter because the initial response is fast. You don't care that that synchronous render takes like 10 milliseconds because you already responded with this right away. I'm gathering that's how this works. Theo made a good, yeah. The whole conversation is PPR with edge functions, runtime's confusing. Let's go back. Yeah, I guess because people are like trying to use Prisma and all this stuff. It's yeah, I don't know. I guess this was kind of that's a fine motivation. The thing is, they're all adapting Node APIs anyways. Give it another year, and this is just like might not even be an issue. But okay, thanks for giving me some perspective here, because I was looking at PPR and I was just like thinking of like, okay, how's the fastest way I'd render stuff today? Now let's add PPR to it, and I'm like, probably does nothing. But I get it. Like, okay, fair enough. Okay, so yeah, and yeah, I mean, I've been looking at a lot of this stuff. I got another one out here. I just want to throw out here. Have you guys been paying attention to Netlify? And I know I work there, so this probably sounds like this, but seriously, Netlify has been on a roll after like a basically. I know people aren't really big on the social sides on this. If you go Netlify, like their tweets have like 100 likes, but like every week they're dropping like huge features that are very relevant, and you're just like, where is this coming from? Because there's a while there where it's just like you weren't hearing too much on the Netlify side, and then like I think I could just go to Netlify blog site here or like this or the main site here, and literally like every single like once a week. Oh, what's this? Netlify image CDN. I haven't even seen this yet. Works with any site and parameter to optimize transform server. Available on your sites now. That's awesome. I guess I did see it. Okay. Image CDN. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so that was this week. What was last week? What was I looking at? Oh, blob storage. Yeah, yeah, and then the cache header APIs. Yeah, it's funny. Netlify is so. I think it's just like Matthias's personality. He's a little bit more reserved. He's not like in your face as much, but secretly just been doing stuff. What really stood out to me about the blob storage APIs, and I don't know if everyone does this, but is that they work not just in your runtime code, but in your build process. They all like you can just access the blob anywhere. For me personally, obviously, I've been working a lot with Nitro and Unjs ecosystem, so I was like, man, give me on storage. I literally look at the retweet day one. Puya's like, yeah, just at least with Netlify blob integration. Do you know what this means though? This means that now, as a framework user, if I want a KV store and I use on storage, like if I just go, okay, I'm making a framework, like SolidStart, and I want to make an example of KV, like so that I can do a simple to-dos app or something really basic. I can now feel confident that I can put it in my templates repo, and if people choose Netlify, Vercel, Cloudflare, whatever the hell they want to deploy, there is definitely going to be a solution for that. I think this is the awesome age of this stuff, like normalizing. We're talking about, people were tired with the edge function normalization, but we have even the service provider normalization going on. So like, I don't know, like I think this is why I'm like less concerned about like Edge being a thing. Like this might be a temporary, like we have to bridge the gap thing, but I think Edge is going to be pretty prominent for a lot of stuff. Anyway, just yeah, I'm very proud of the work that's been going on Netlify the last few months. Just seeing release after release, like it honestly feels like every week they release something relevant right now. And I think that's probably intentional. They're probably like doing this kind of slow rollout instead of like releasing 5 products in one day. They're kind of just like doing the slow roll on it. But it reminds me of when Cloudflare was doing a bunch of stuff a couple years ago when they were releasing like R2 D1, like, and they're just kind of every couple weeks just rolling these things out. It's awesome to see. About PPR, how does it serve static page and stream dynamic page in the same precedent? You link, please. I mean, I don't. Yeah, they have to be using a proxy. Like they basically like the edge. It has to be using an edge function that serves the static content, and then while still holding onto the stream, it was requesting to the backend and sending it all the way through. Yeah. They were doing stuff like this before when they were doing streaming uh, before AWS supported streaming. If you want to make like a serverless function and have streaming in it, they use the Cloudflare proxy, and I imagine this is the same kind of technique. No, yeah, that's the thing that Compose wasn't really open. It was more of, yeah, it's a very different crowd. The Netlify conference, it wasn't like Jamstack, and it wasn't like the ship event kind of thing. It was more of like well, I guess it kind of a little bit was, but it was more of like get all the customers together in a fancy hotel and talk enterprise deals. Yeah. Like the thing is, if when you render, I mean, I don't even know if I want to show the code for it, but when you do a streaming render, you just build up almost like an HTML string for the static parts with the holes in it, and then you just ship that, and then you just keep on appending stuff to the end. So just shipping that first chunk from a static location. The reason I was talking about how Solid was so fast at rendering and how I didn't like really get it is because if you're not doing any kind of heavy data processing when you're doing SSR on the server and you just render the strings, Solid's already basically like its renderer is basically like, oh, here's a bunch of strings, add them together and send them back. Like it's not expensive to render. And I imagine like there's no VDOM or any kind of representation. You're just like string plus string plus string plus string. So just getting that string from any kind of cache, maybe from blob storage or whatever, wherever they're getting it, and just sending that along seems relatively trivial. Yeah, no, the Fairmount was very nice. Yeah, anyway. Okay. Okay, we'll talk about that in a minute. Okay, I was telling you about serialization, right? Um, Actually, before that, let's talk this. MobX now supports standard decorators. I know not everyone's cup of tea, but it is cool to see that that like it's finally where it needs to be. Like that they went through this long journey with MobX where they were one of the first libraries that were all about decorators, and then they had to like remove them because it was a mess, and then now they're back there again. This is where they wanted to be. It's not my favorite approach to reactivity. I'm not a big fan of these class-based decorator approaches, but I get it. And um, it's good to see it there. He's also talking about the signals spec thing in this blog post. It's probably worth checking out. Okay, I want to show you this really cool demo. If you haven't seen this, this is why we talk about freaking serialization all day. Now I'm going to talk over this instead of Misco because I don't want to feed the audio through. But what he's saying here is that there is a watch method. Oh, actually, the subtitles are coming through. That's hilarious. But in Node, and he's showing that when you have server functions, that can serialize stuff, you can basically like ignore this click $, whatever stuff, but which is a Qwikism, so to speak. But what he's saying is he's taking this node watch method, which returns a stream, or I guess it's an async iterator, and he's basically iterating over it to grab the files from his local folder and pushing them into a list. And what's so cool about this example that he's going to show is like, okay, it's fine. So you do this all the time. You made it a string because of, TypeScript being happy. And then the thing is, pretend this is a click handler in your client code. So if you take a server function and call watch, like wrap it watch as a server function, and then pass it these arguments, like what directory you want from it in the client, and then have everything in the client, you can actually call watch, which will actually start the stream on the server. And as he touches the files on his file system, they're showing up in his browser through the server function, being able to serialize an async iterator. So like I don't know if you follow completely what I'm saying, but what he did was he basically from the client called an async function to get an async iterator that listened to the file system, and then the output file names that he could then add to a list. And then, yeah, I guess it keeps an open channel until the async iterator closes. So as he adds files to his file system, it shows up in the browser. Yeah, exactly. He's using a readable stream response. Alexis from the Solid Core team just implemented this like a couple days ago, using Saravel, his underlying thing. Like this is the kind of world we live in now. Obviously, this is just like kind of mind warping when you think about it. Yeah, there's a done on iterators, isn't it? Yeah, I have to imagine there's a done on them. Um, yeah, I thought this video was it's cool to see this. Basically the power of server functions. He's talking about Qwik's unified execution model, but the truth of the matter is that this should be possible with use server in React or server functions in Qwik or Solid or everyone else using it. This is just the reality. This isn't a Qwik specific thing, except maybe they were the first to serialize this kind of value. Maybe not, but it's just this is the reality we live in with these RPC type calls, because what it's doing, it's the same way we serialize promises when we do initial like page loading and suspense. We can basically start sending back the response stream, and as the promise resolves, like resolve the promise we make on the client from the serialization. And this is why I was saying like it's completely possible to serialize lots of interesting data, including stuff like our HTML strings, templates, and whatnot. Serialize observables with a wire, please. Yeah. Or over WebSockets, please. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. Actually, let's look at async iterator. Who's gonna show me? Because they're like generators, right? Like there is a concept of done, maybe. Yield. Because like the iterator itself yields until it's actually wait. Yeah, I'm not actually sure. Generators are not my, or iterators are like not my thing. I have to admit. I always thought there was a concept of done, but the async product is some of the built-in async iterators in WebAve, such as one of the readable stream. Yeah. Anyways, it's cool. It's definitely cool. Okay, where are we? Okay. Thank you, Jay Larkey, for this one. I have been struggling. I was very happy with the API designs that we've been doing with SolidStart around the cache and action API proposal, right? Where you kind of wrap them, because they kind of encourage people not to nest server functions inside context and need closure extraction. I think closure extraction is a mess, especially between server and server. That's like the worst case scenario, because anything that closes over has to make it to the client and then be sent back to the server again between requests. And it's very implicit and not obvious. But Theo's latest video actually shows an example where it actually could arguably make sense to do so. And this is what was shown here. The idea is you're using it as a form action or something in here, and you want to get the post ID in. Now, anyone who's used forms before knows the answer to this is fairly simple. You just put post or hidden field post ID in your form and you're done. So like you can always do that. The problem then is you have to get the data from the form data that you pass into your action, which again, it's fine, except for form data is not typed and it kind of sucks. I remember when I went on Theo's stream showing him early SolidStart with our action server actions and showed him working with forms, and he's like, "Ugh, I really don't like the forms." I'm like, "Well, you can just not use the forms, but then it doesn't work without JavaScript or progressive enhancement." So the React, what he proposes, if you don't ever put any fields on your form and just close over every variable in the local scope, then you can keep TypeScript working here and not have to bother with form data at all. So I finally understand why they were so insistent on closure extraction here, because if you've ever worked with form data and the lack of types, it sucks. You're always like string casting or number casting. Sure, most form data is a string, so it's like barely simplistic data. But if it wasn't, you'd have to figure out how to serialize it. Usually it is, it's not a big concern, but it is interesting to me that, and obviously this example is really trivial because putting a hidden ID field on here is like 2 seconds. Like that alone wouldn't be enough to convince me, because like the impact of just having closure serialization, like the fact that like he shows it in the video, I think, where he shows like not here, here he shows in the video that like, give me a second, that he shows in the video like I guess here the using like the whole form data kind of thing. I guess he doesn't add the hidden field, but like I could picture a form with like 6 fields on it, and you could just close over it instead of actually putting the form data or ever interacting with the form data. But sorry, what did I want to show? He shows that he actually opens up the browser at some point in the video. Yeah, and shows he was showing that in here somewhere that it actually serializes all the data in the client. I'm seeing if I can actually find it when he's in the browser. Yeah. See, it's making the hidden fields for you with the data through the closures. Yes. So this is great until the auth token value by the time the action is hit. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things going on here. As I said, I love that you don't have to deal with form data. I dislike that closure wrapping. Yeah, they encode it so that you don't have to worry about secrets getting through. This was the first secret leak where people were like going like server secret and putting it like in here and being like realizing suddenly that it actually got sent to the client. You know, but it's more than just that. It's just there is a convenience here. But what's interesting with lowercase form is the only way they're doing this is with some kind of compilation, right? Because lowercase form is not a component. It does not know, even if you put an action on it, how does it possibly know to put those hidden fields in or insert those hidden fields in? Like at runtime, there's nothing special about the form. They'd have to like, look at the output. Like I'm trying to think of a way of doing it without a compiler. Look at the output of the form, find the action in it, and then go edit the string to like add the actions in. Like there is some stuff going on here. If capital F form was the case, it would work automatically. But this is like, besides the fact that like you could just be arbitrarily sending stuff to the client, and I'm not worried about secrets or sharing. I just meant like you're actually literally sending stuff both directions, like .NET. Like this behavior is very hidden to you about what's explicit or implicitly being sent. So like, I don't know. I as someone who dislikes form data, I can appreciate this, but this is definitely a little bit awkward. And I think one of the things is, and maybe I need to watch the video again to get in full detail, is like, if you saw like the approach that we're taking with Solid's routing APIs where is it? Not this one. The future route APIs that I was talking about with the action functions, where you can like, whatever, do your action, is that we're encouraging people to take the reference from the action and use it in your form button, but also use it for optimistic updates, like here. So if it's in a component body, it's actually kind of awkward. You want it to actually be global, like cache, like that function. So TypeScript just works and you just import it anywhere. So like when I saw this example, I was like, man, I'm torn, because this is really nice. Imagine you close over some large data. Oh, there's something now. Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of stuff. Yeah. When I was looking at this thing, I was like, man, I love the lack of form data, but I don't like that. Like, there's nothing here to indicate that it should do this. I mean, you could just say that it's just JavaScript, so because there's a closure here, you should be good. And but like I'm already settled on an API that supports data layers, which means pulling this stuff out. So how the hell do you get to avoid form data? Right? Like, how do you get that post ID? Yeah, I mean, there's your auth issue. There's obviously other ways to solve it when you're on the server. You can always like get it from the cookie. Yeah, exactly. But I was like, what if I never want an async function, a server function? It's so funny because Solid, when it first had the server functions, we showed you basically how to put it all inside your data loaders and your components. But now I've actually created an API that discourages that. So how do we actually solve this? And I was thinking about this because we were trying to, it's kind of like solving request context. It occurs to me that, I mean, this is probably a terrible API, but I was like, I'm gonna put it out there for people here is, okay, pretend you import your action from wherever, it's like, update to do from my API, okay, right? And then in here, you've got button form action equals update to do or whatever. Okay. Okay. Now, how do I avoid adding the other hidden fields? Maybe like, would this be okay? and I want to work both on client and server. So, I mean, I could just do it straight for the server, but let's pretend that it works for client and server. Would it be okay if I did action equals create memo update to do dot bind. The only thing with bind is like the null argument props.id. It just and then this would actually be signal. So technically speaking, this, I mean, this doesn't even have to be a memo. We could just do this, whatever. What I'm getting at is this props ID for the to do would track under the form action field reactively, and then whenever the props ID changed, we'd return a new version of the action with the specific arguments bound to it. And then the final thing is how do I deal with those hidden fields? Well, what if we use the URL? And I know this is probably the craziest part about this solution, but if technically the form action impacts is actually the URL, right? So technically speaking, these props could be serialized on the end of the URL. So it works both on server and on client, and can reactively update, and still removes the need for closure extraction, and still lets you define in a data layer. So I don't know. Because like when I was looking at this example, I was like, what happens now? You told me to put in a data layer. When I pull this out, how do I still get this benefit? And I think that this is very doable. I haven't shown you guys how this works in SolidStart now, but if I go into start config, server components, no, server runtime. Yeah, check. No, not this. Fetch server action. The server reference in the client is just a proxy that essentially, when you call the function apply, it calls a fetch call against like specific thing, and then if you try and get stuff like URL off of it, it will give you the URL. So this is Vinci right here, basically. Like, we just have a really simple runtime reference. So like, it wouldn't be very hard for me to get from the proxy get, like, be like, if prop equals bind, do something, right? Because then we could basically return a custom bind function that would allow a new version of the function that has all the characteristics of the original action, but with the ability to implicitly serialize, but it's not implicitly, it's explicitly serialize the props coming in. And while this doesn't help us, well, maybe it could help us with TypeScript, because if you assume that the bound arguments happen before like the form action, like the form data, then this action, wherever, like update to do in the other file, would actually look like function, or it would look like const update to do equals action async function ID whatever db dot whatever update to do ID. So yeah, actually this would work, because basically what you'd say is like, yeah, this would work. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. It just, there's something about the closure extraction that's odd to me, and there's something about implicitly closing over stuff that's odd to me. This makes it explicit. You actually have to pass it to it in this case. Obviously, this only matters for forms. You could also just not do this, but if you didn't do this, then you would have to go form action update to do, and then this would have to be form data, and then you'd have to, go form data.get ID or whatever. And then you'd also have to go in here and add your old input type equals hidden ID props ID. But you get what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah, it probably is. This is very, and maybe that's why their approach is the right thing. Like for people doing very simple stuff that would use forms, they can, just have an answer. And for everyone who's doing anything like more real or involved, they're not going to use forms anyways, and they're just going to use like, our action API. If you forget about the form and all this garbage, then you just, I mean, you just whatever on click. What was it? Const update to do equals use action, whatever. Yeah, I mean, I can't use the same simple name here, but you get what I'm getting at. You can do this and then just call it update to do props.id. Done. Like the forms are what makes this complicated. But the reason the forms are is because you want to do this in a place where you have no JavaScript. This requires JavaScript to be present. This has to be a client component. The forms are useful for when you do not have a client component. That being said, most of the time when you're doing interaction, you will have a client component because someone's clicking a button or doing something interactive. So just wanted to throw this out here. This video was very helpful for understanding this. It also made me realize that there is probably a reasonable solution here that doesn't require this, which makes me very happy because, like, honestly, I think even this is like fancy for people. I think the most baseline person, and maybe it's because I'm an HTML guy, maybe I'm too old, is like you put a hidden field on a form and use form data. But yeah, I don't know. I see the picture they're painting now, at least. This makes a lot of sense why they were pushing so hard on this. Because I remember Theo was like not a fan of this stuff at all early. And it's like, why are you guys pushing this? And why doing even this pattern at all? This is it. They want to not send the JavaScript. They want to do this as a complete server component. And they want to not deal with form data. And my answer, as usual, is I'm okay jumping through a couple hoops to do that. Like, I think I'm okay with this because, ironically, and I still gotta work on the details. I think it means that if this is a server component that does this, and then I import this update to do in a different component and use submission that's a client component, I need to confirm this. I'm working through it. I think you'll be able to get optimistic updates in a completely independent component through a server component form submission. With that, that side requires no JavaScript, but the optimistic updates part can, and they can be completely decoupled with this API. So, yeah, I think my path is set. Yeah. I think this is the thing. When this came up and I said I wasn't sure how I felt about it, where was it? It's further down here somewhere. I remember my response was something, yeah. If you think about it, it's just like adding T-body to your table. All this is done for your own good. And I said it was more like on change. because it's like on change was something React did for controlled forms for very good reason, but it's not, the change event doesn't work like that on DOM elements. That's just not how it works. So yeah, it's interesting. I think we've gone to a very, very interesting place where React in the earliest days did what it needed to and was, you know, changed the way we did stuff. Then React got really principled and philosophy, and you saw the team changed. They went from like Jordan Walk and Pete Hunt and them to like the second group, the Andrew Clark and Dan Mayroff, and they spent like the next like 5 or 7 years being very principled. We're now in a place where they're trying to make stuff happen again, and it's like I don't know what React stands for anymore. Because like yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, the web primitives like the ID field getting passed over is a pain. Like I mean, obviously you can see it right away when you're building to-do apps. Like the very first thing you hit is a stupid adding all those hidden fields. So I definitely understand why I want to avoid it. I just yeah, the null is weird because of the this, but I think that's should be proper JavaScript, right? It'd be interesting if it wasn't bind, like it was a special function maybe. Um, I don't know. I think because otherwise, what do you have to serialize the null? I don't want to serialize the null. I think it would be interesting to have a way of explicitly passing props in this weird specific case. Maybe this is just too convoluted. It's not magical though. All right. But yeah, I'm very happy to have seen this. This video is great. Theo's video here. People should definitely like this is very on point with what I've been talking about recently. So yeah, just honestly, this is just a great video. People should watch it. Okay. My bookmarks, then I think all I have left is I thought this was kind of cool. Jason Lengstorf, when he was leaving Netlify, everyone's like, what are you going to do next? And he was like, I want to try and make a new type of content for web dev. I want to see how we can make it entertaining and not just like we have the influencers and we have, all the, different kind of, kind of getting to that wider content, the streamers. He's like, but he wanted to basically make almost like a show. And he said this idea is like he had a few ideas and he actually mentioned this exact concept when I was talking to him about a year ago, and it's taken a while, but it looks like game on, right? Four web devs build the same app, so like I think hopefully this succeeds and we'll see a lot more content like that. But yeah, I really like that Jason is kind of challenging the expectation on what web content is again. So yeah, this is fun. Obviously, got a bunch of known people to work on this episode, obviously, but I think there's gonna be more of this. He intends to do this fairly regularly. Actually, I think in the replies he invited me on, I'm like, I don't know how comfortable I'm building a web app in real time in front of people, but I like that this is a thing. I think this is pretty exciting. This was Jason and Dom's brainchild. Okay, yeah, Demetrius. Yeah, they were talking about this came up at last Jamstack Conf. Sorry, which blog that I was mentioning earlier? Oh, it's just them going over the code? Okay. Which blog post though am I linking, Deb? The only downside of not building it real time means I'd actually have to put time in it. I really want SolidStart to ship. I don't want to think about anything else. I thought I linked most of the blog posts. I guess something that I might have bookmarked. I'm like looking at my bookmarks right now. Let's see. There's the MobX one. There is Fresh. Qwik. No, I don't know. Well, we're just wrapping up here. Today I'm cutting the stream a little bit short, I think. Oh, the MobX one. You want? Yeah, let me drop the MobX link here. Won't probably be running too much longer. But yeah, yeah, Decorators, standards, blah blah blah. Yeah, yeah. What's next for MobX? Farther horizon, interesting is currently happening JavaScript around signals. Signals are hotter than ever. Popularized by libraries like Solid and recently spelled ruins and many more. We realized MobX has been providing this Reactive model since 2015. Branding MobX signals React wouldn't be far off the mark. That's true. It's fairly new, rich, beautiful, blah blah. How would there happen? Blah 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 blah. Yeah. No, I'm. Yeah. I always like Michelle's articles. How do I feel about Nitro to back SolidStart? It hasn't been. It hasn't. How should I put it? It hasn't gotten my focus so far, which is funny because you think that building it on SolidStart, like I would definitely like it'd be in my radar. The funniest thing is I'm spending so much time on the mechanics and that I haven't actually deployed a Nitro app yet. I know, insane, right? It's because I just don't have to worry about that layer, which is awesome. I've been just using like the build and the node stuff. I think the most interesting thing about this experience isn't Nitro. It's just realizing the difference between things as they grow up, and working through like refactors and stuff, and like getting these features in. Like, I built the solid Hackernews example that I showed you guys, and it has all the bells and whistles. Where my previous versions, I didn't have them all in. Like, I didn't include certain components. I didn't, I didn't use the data fetching APIs. I just used create resource directly. I didn't use create data. And I mean, I know this is a funny topic. You guys are probably like, who cares, Ryan? But the Hackernews demo is 20 kilobytes, 20.5 kilobytes gzipped. Like, and I'm just like, man, 2 years ago, my Hackernews demo, exact same demo, was 9.9 kilobytes gzipped. It was just under 10K. That version didn't have SolidStart. That version didn't really do anything. It was like all handwritten and optimized for the specific case. Then we added SolidStart. It was about 13 kilobytes. Part of it was Vite adds some stuff, and they use a different minifier, which is larger, which bugged me a little bit for a while. And I was trying to like default the other way until I realized that it broke other stuff, so I had to follow along with them. So we lost, and in the same time, part of the size increase was we added solid meta as part of SolidStart, so it's part of the example, and the router got a little bigger. And then over the next 2 years of developing Solid, that demo got up to about 16 kilobytes, 15, 16, and it was just Solid and the router getting a tiny bit bigger. And then the move to Vinci ended up with about half a kilobyte. I haven't quite figured out where it came in yet. And then adding the data fetching APIs got us another 2 kilobytes. As I said, it's unfair because I didn't add them before. And updates to the router and the preloading added another kilobyte. Even though I removed the meta from the example, I ended up doing that. I added the error boundary implicitly inside SolidStart now. That's another 1.2 kilobytes. And you add it up and we're at 20 kilobytes. So the experience is much nicer. It has all the pieces. It makes sense in the generic case, but like watching that that growth over time is tricky, because I over the process I've tried to shrink stuff and make things more optimized. But truth of the matter is, yeah, the full Hackernews demo now is 20 kilobytes. Sure, the Islands version I showed you is still like small. It's larger than it was. It was 5.6 before. Now it's 7 kilobytes. But yeah, I guess this is the reality of things. I'm not sure. How is Hackernews bigger than the movie? Well, the movies uses our server component solution. So the Hackernews example that I'm showing you here is fully client-side CSR. The server component solution, or like the Islands routing solution for the Hackernews would be smaller, definitely. But given the rate of the size things have updated and got larger, I wouldn't be surprised if instead of being like 13 kilobytes, it's like 15 kilobytes now. I'm see what I can do here, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, and part of that's that there's some bulk because of Solid 1.0, like that's going to be gone with Solid 2.0. But yeah, bug fixes, edge cases. It's been it's definitely watching the Hacker News demo, which has been like the defining demo that I've been doing since the very first. I think I did the web. I think the first solid app demo was a Hacker News demo done with web components. Watching that basically double in size the last couple of years is been tricky for me. Like it seems like 20 kilobytes. It, like seems huge by comparison to where it was. To be fair, SvelteKit has also got bigger. Like if I go hn.svelte.dev, I remember when we did our first demo, they were 15 kilobytes, 16 when we were about 13. And then for the longest time, they were about 18 kilobytes while we were about 15 kilobytes. No, what's going on? Sorry, there's got to be some garbage here. Let me go incognito. Sometimes the browser makes things larger too. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, 26.8 kilobytes, 27 kilobytes. So, SvelteKit is also bigger. It was 18 kilobytes when we were 15. So, yeah, I mean, we're all kind of scaling up a little bit. Sometimes this is actually caused by the browser, but this is the reason you asked Nitro, which got me on it. Nitro splits stuff into more bundles, which actually increases the total kilobyte weight slightly than if it was in a single bundle. I don't know why yet. Maybe I'll look at it at some point for optimization, but this is one thing that I did actually notice about Nitro. I know that's the most roundabout way of getting it. Part of it is Svelte 5 will shrink this a good amount too, not a huge amount, but like, for example, let's go to this comment page. Let's preload it. Bam. 3.2 kilobytes for the story page here. And they don't even have comment compressing in this example, and it's 3.2 kilobytes. Whereas the solid version of this page is 1.2 kilobytes. And so my guess is that part of this is like Svelte's components are so much larger from their compiler compared to Solid. So like, it's not everything here, but I wouldn't be surprised if when Svelte 5 comes out, this goes down to about 23 kilobytes from 27, or about 24 from 27. I know I'm nitpicking over kilobytes. It's just I'm very familiar with this example. Obviously, people will be very quick to point out to me that the same Hacker News example in Next.js is like 100 kilobytes, but like I don't care how absurdly large Next.js is. I can't do anything about that. I can try and do stuff about Solid, and it definitely bugs me a little bit. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. It's hard to. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I was just, yeah, sorry. This is the yeah, 26.9 kilobytes, and then I was saying if I hover over this, get this page, it's 3.2 kilobytes. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, I mean, I haven't built it recently. Was it next RSC Hacker News demo? What are we at? Yeah, 90 kilobytes, 89.6. I didn't no link preloading. Do I have an older version? Oh, weird. Yeah, you know what? I don't think code splitting worked properly in the early versions of the next hack RSCs. I think this is why their movie apps demo is 200 kilobytes. I mean, I don't think it's a fair comparison because like obviously, and this wasn't early. Like this I made this Hacker News demo not like when they said they had the bugs like in the fall. Like I didn't make this Hacker News demo until like March. So like it was like this for months. As someone who's had them make a state management solution for React to handle massive nested objects for DX reasons, why are there so few state management solutions, and why do framework devs never enter the state management area? I mean, React did this. There is an opinion that render framework should just render and leave the state management to other libraries. And React pushed this philosophy for years, and it let them like do stuff with plain objects. It's just like if you take that out of their concern, it's much simpler. It's the same where Angular had like just plain pojos. You just used just your JavaScript objects. Ironically, I think state management has had been a consideration as of late, but not in the way that you want it to. It's just that they needed better primitives to be able to handle composition within components and stuff, and hooks and all this stuff kind of thing. But the problem is, it's because frameworks that render components basically the component is their whole world. So state doesn't like state can exist outside of it, but it's not something that is in their purview. Like they don't consider external state actually something that they own or have any business in. They don't care where your state comes from. The only state they care about is use state. You know what I mean? And so from that perspective, it's a function of the component re-render model. In a sense, even Svelte suffered from this a little bit pre version 5. I mean, they had this, but they did make stores. So, but it like, but I think that would have made them feel like a batteries included framework. I think that Svelte was looking at stuff like Vue, whose primitives, but even Vue, they weren't external. You had to use them in the option objects before the composition API. So I can't even say that. Literally, we just, because of React and the component re-render model, whether it's an actual VDOM like React or Svelte, or faux VDOM like, or sorry, React or Vue, or faux VDOM like Svelte, these are the patterns that were driving it. And I think it's because function, the classic React UI equals function of state, like they were trying to like have that definition of state, which is different than like say global state management. When I created Solid, I didn't care about the renderer, right? Like I didn't think a renderer was a thing. I was thinking create effect updates text node. I was thinking jQuery-esque, and for that reason, the reactive state was the only thing I cared about. So that's why often when I talk about Solid, I call it a state management that happens to render. So I think that's why, because like in a sense, React was carrying on the tradition of like Backbone, like where they were just like this kind of conceptual, like we just render the view. And in those kind of models or those kind of mental models, you would have a separate model or like state thing that had nothing to do with it. And I think when you look at large companies, especially with amalgamation of different tools, I think it was pretty expected that people had their own like state management and they just needed something for the view. I'm gathering that's the history there. Yes. Backbone had models and stuff, but what I'm getting at is like a model was a thing. Yeah, I guess some of the earlier frameworks had more things. React was like trying to say like we were just the view layer, like we don't include the models. That's what I meant. Like, in a sense, they were still thinking very much like you have models, and you have your views or view model, like your components, and they're like, we don't handle models. That's on you. I use React with backbone models at my company because we use React Native with backbone models, and we use Knockout with backbone models. Backbone was how we did our data side, and then we fed that into Knockout. And as I said originally, I think I've said this before, we used Knockout like in our stores originally to be really reactive, and over time I actually pushed the Knockout code pretty hard into the view level, and then made the stores actually just pretty pure backbone. And I think what you're seeing right now happening with the cache APIs is kind of a version of that, where people are like saying like a cache API is like the non-reactive external piece, and then you like build your primitives inside like the createAsync. The funniest thing is, because I wanted to keep Solid's reactive model for rendering, our cache APIs are actually fine-grained reactive, but we are treating it kind of like it's outside of the framework. So yeah, I get both sides. I think it's kind of like we were talking about data fetching. It's like a similar analog here where like people kind of want to do it locally, and then they realize like it seems more efficient to do it hoist it out, and then like this constant tension back and forth. Yeah, it's long time flex to manage. I still reflect conceptually. Yeah, exactly. And it fits. That was a good model for React. If you're going to be very functional, very re-render or whatever, having this immutable state driver is great. Efficient, not so much, but great from like a matching mental model. Yeah, we talked about this in the previous stream. Mostly he's out of his mind, but I mean that's fine. I get where he got there. They can all use like web components or whatever. Like, no build is a fiction. All that's happening is the build is getting pushed to a different part of the stack. Like, it's not like we're not going to use TypeScript or whatever. And it's kind of like the web standards argument, you know, like that's what I meant by go use web components. Cause like, we're all just going to like sit there and use web standards and like wait for them to take 15 years to catch up to where we are today. No, that's not going to happen. We can keep on pushing forward. So like, the fact that you can do more with no build than you could be previously is nice. Is using no build better than using build? Of course not. Like, we can accomplish so much more. So it's like, I'm glad that like the expectations that he set out for himself for what he wanted to build with the web 15 years ago, which tracks maybe a little longer when he was in Rails. He's like, I wish I could do this. Now is possible in the browser, but like, sorry, dude, 15 years have passed. He gets angry at me. We've talked a few times. He just, because like my opinions and stuff on web components. Like, it's funny because like I used web components in production for almost a decade. Like, it just, I'm sick of people peddling the crap that like if you bet on the platform, you're betting long term. It's a fallacy. Like, anything that gets used versus not used is the truth. Like, you can say like ultimately the platform is the thing that lasts forever, but the patterns change. So it's like, does it matter? You know, like, sure, nothing gets deprecated, but like, if no one is using it anyways, does it actually matter? And I'm not saying web components don't have a use. I'm just saying like they don't do the same things as what we do with JavaScript frameworks. So like, I'm like, let them do what they do. Yeah, and I mean, I can appreciate that, you know, to a certain degree, but it's got to be like around all the ceremony and stuff. But like, he's also a Ruby developer. I use CoffeeScript. I mean, I can definitely identify with a Ruby developer. Like, you don't. DHH is a little bit older than me, but not by much. We grew up in a time period when you learned to code that everything was you know, C and C plus and God, like Delphi. No, like you just like everything was strictly typed, you know, and these long freaking build processes in your IDE. And getting into the early 2000s, there was like incredible push on like build tools, like stuff from Microsoft was putting out in Visual Studio. And it was incredible to see like, you know, all this visualization and all this stuff. But ultimately, you were sitting in this pile of crap and being like, yeah, I can do all the stuff. I have the docs at my fingertips. You have to understand this wasn't available before, and like the internet was pretty slow and stuff. To be able to like highlight on code and like go to the definitions and like get the docs and stuff was amazing. And you know, but on the other hand, like someone could just freaking open a notepad, write some JavaScript, and just like ship stuff like 1,000 times faster. And I feel like Ruby, you know, and these scripting languages and stuff, like when they came out, that was the power. It was like, finally, get rid of the fucking types. Like, pain in the ass, slow down, like terrible, terrible thing. When you can just write the code and it just works. A CoffeeScript, I know people don't believe me, but like it felt like I was just thinking, and then I'd write down some like play code, and then it just ran first go. Sometimes it went, sometimes you get weird undefined thing, but you have to understand CoffeeScript was a compiler. So technically speaking, if you did stuff like that wouldn't compile or whatever, it would still, you know, yell at you a little bit. But like, it's a very different type of productivity. Like for me to this date, like Greenfield, that's amazing, right? Can you picture just like sitting there and being like, it's almost like people thinking about ChatGPT. Build me an app, ChatGPT. Using CoffeeScript felt like that. Like, I want this. Like, a picture like making a video game and be like spaceship. Blah, blah. Like, that's how it felt like. So like I can at least identify with that from DHH's perspective of using stuff, because like having all of this, like he didn't want the types back in the day in Java or C. He was using Ruby. Why would he want them in JavaScript now? Like I get that, but like using typed languages these days is a lot different. In one hand, it's like the tooling is caught up to such a degree, and the build times and stuff. Although I mean, I did have a couple Rust developers on stream a couple times, and I can't say the build times are amazing there. But I just mean in general, like um, you definitely get like, I feel like there's more benefit now. I'm less, and because the type systems are a little looser. Sure, TypeScript drives me nuts like a bunch of times because like JavaScript isn't a type languages, so there's like a mismatch. But like it's almost like annotation. It feels like a happy medium for the most part, and I can't see people getting away from that, especially if you're in a zone where you're shipping software that other people use. Yeah, having your build system reduces bundle size in a way that even smart import maps can just not do. Oh, you got another tweet from me, Dev? Sorry, I went on my little rant there. Let's see here. Why is it not? Oh, it's because I'm in incognito. Just a second. Let's pull this in here. Dynamic type language is better than type. Here's reasons. Yeah, so you're talking about. This is a whole article, Dev. I'm not going to read it right now, but yes, I think you touch on a lot of the same points, actually in more detail. God, why is he such a genius? God, Feldman. Everyone should watch Talks by Richard Feldman. Because absolute. Anyways, um, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I think I'm done for today. I don't think we need to. Catching me with the DHH question last minute was a good move for prolonging the stream, but I think we're good. It's like bringing up HTMX last minute. I've come to peace with HTMX. I think there's a primitive there that's worth exploring. I think it just doesn't. I think HTMX itself is too primitive to actually solve the real problems. But I think I'm glad that they're kind of brought people back into thinking into HTML partials in a more interesting way. People are now asking. Yeah, sorry. It just easier. Sometimes Colossi deciding you fucked up, but a lot of the time you make something comp. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I get why you yearns for simplicity. Honestly, single page apps were that. There was such a huge simplicity boost when we went to single page apps over the server stuff that was going on at the time. It had gone so convoluted with like partial updates and like honestly the kind of problems we were trying to solve in the late like 2005 to 2010 sound identical to the problems we're solving now, just from the other side, like a server first side. So like I feel like what happened was you just went single page app and you're just like screw all of this, and I feel like there are people who are ready for that kind of radical simplification. The only problem is there's only so, I could be wrong, but there's only so many what do I call them, identifiers, characteristics here. And you know how people always talk about the spiral, as we go in circles. Yes, there's a spiral, so to speak. But when people talk about the spiral, they're thinking still very like three-dimensionally. Like they're thinking like it's not even three-dimensional. It's like 2.5-dimensional. They notice there's a circle, and then they notice that it goes up. But like at a certain point, you do like enough factors align on those loops that you actually do kind of get back to where you were again. Maybe you have more knowledge this time, but you do get like the same set of criteria beliefs come. And I think we're hitting this time around where we're like, yeah, we are hitting the same place again, but like we just can't go to the inevitable next step, which would be a radical simplification. That the radical simplification doesn't work this time. And obviously anyone who's on the previous roundabout would always say that. So I understand the hypocrisy in saying that, because I'm sure the people working on the server stuff at the time, the .NET, didn't think single page apps were a way out. But single page apps were actually kind of new. I don't know if we have something radically simple on the other side that actually solves the problem in the same sort of way. Something like HTMX is probably a good contender for it. But the thing is, it isn't new. Like we've been there. So I don't know. How much is FC? It depends on what your site is. If that difference that difference, probably not a ton. If you believe eBay, that would definitely cost you some money. But I don't know. I think it's a bigger deal if the difference is bigger, because locally, or for like you in say the US or wherever you are, where you have decent internet, you get that, but someone else gets 3.5 seconds. I 0.9 to 1.6, I'm gathering mobile speeds. Desktop usually gets faster than that. So yeah, I mean, it really depends. I'm not too worried. Like to know that we have tools that can give us that level of improvement is something that I want to work on, because it makes things better. I'm not necessarily going to be concerned on what the practical difference is, because it does make a practical difference to some, but probably not most. All right. I think I'm done now. 2024 is the year of WASM. Let's go. All right. everyone have a great weekend. No stream next week because of Thanksgiving. I'll see what topics are for December, but hopefully next time we're talking, I will have implemented all the action stuff and we'll be looking very close to SolidStart Beta 2. So thank you all for joining me today. And is there anyone else streaming that I want to? Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna check out. You guys all have a great one. Yeah.